Hey there! Tonight, instead of marching through heroic battles or following proud kings into uncertain wars, we're wandering into the dimmer corners of ancient imagination, into the shadows where the Greeks placed the things they feared, respected, and tried very hard not to meet in person. Not the shining Olympians, nor the great warriors, but the creatures that made even heroes hesitate. Serpents born from chaos, lions that breathed fire, spirits of vengeance, and guardians of the underworld whose names were whispered rather than spoken. If this kind of soft, atmospheric mythology helps you drift off, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it genuinely brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. It's always strangely comforting to see all the night owls drifting into sleep together. So dim the lights, find a comfortable position, let the edges of the day fall away. We begin not with a monster, but with the quiet, dimly lit world that created them. Before the Hydra sprouted extra heads, before Medusa's hair began making alarming hissing sounds, there were simply human beings living in a landscape that could feel, how shall we put this, mysteriously uncooperative. The ancient Greeks inhabited mountains that groaned unexpectedly, seas that changed their mind without warning, and shadowy valleys that looked like the perfect place to lose both your way and your optimism. In such a world, stories didn't just entertain, they explained. Monsters weren't decoration. They were a language for the unknown. They were how the Greeks made sense of natural dangers long before anyone invented geology, meteorology, or the habit of checking the weather on one's phone. It's worth remembering that the Greeks lived in a time when most journeys took place on foot, often uphill both ways, and usually with the feeling that something unpleasant might be lurking behind the next rock formation. A rustle in the bushes might be a harmless goat, but it might also be a boar, an animal the Greeks regarded with the same caution a modern person reserves for malfunctioning electrical sockets. And so, when someone said they'd seen a creature as tall as two men, with glowing eyes and a roar that could shake the hills, people didn't question it. They simply nodded and made a mental note never to walk that route again. The earliest written sources for monsters appear in Hesiod's Theogony and Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, but the stories are older still. They trace back to oral traditions, Mycenaean culture, and influences from the Near East. When merchants crossed the Aegean, or sailors anchored in foreign ports, they returned with both goods and tales. Stories of strange creatures and even stranger lands that mixed into the Greek imagination like herbs stirred into a pot of stew. To understand why monsters became so crucial to mythology, imagine Greek geography from a villager's perspective. Mountains blocked the horizon like giant, silent judges. Thick forests concealed everything from wolves to bandits. Marshlands produced fevers and strange vapours. The sea, beautiful though it was, had the unsettling habit of swallowing ships whole. In this setting, monsters didn't feel far-fetched. They felt plausible. Natural hazards simply invited supernatural explanations. For example, the Hydra of Lerna was said to live in a swamp where real travellers often fell ill. The Greeks looked at the marsh, noted the fevers that returned again and again, and understandably decided that a many-headed serpent was involved. Similarly, volcanic activity in Sicily likely inspired stories of the Cyclopes. One glaring, fiery eye glowing from within the mountain. Even whirlpools off the coast of southern Italy fed into the creation of Charybdis, a sea monster with charming habit of swallowing oceans. In this way, monsters functioned as caution signs. Avoid this coastline, the myth whispered. Don't linger in that swamp. It was far more vivid than the modern stay out sign, and perhaps more effective. After all, you're far less likely to wander where you shouldn't if there's a chance something with enormous teeth might be involved. The Greeks also placed monsters on the literal edges of the world. Ancient maps depict regions beyond Greece as shadowy, sparsely detailed expanses, populated by strange beings, Gorgons in the west, Amazons in the east, Hyperboreans in the north, and sea monsters everywhere else. The Greeks weren't claiming these creatures lived there with absolute certainty, but they were acknowledging that distant lands often hold mysteries. The world felt vast and unknowable, and filling its margins with monsters made emotional sense. Yet Greek monsters weren't always born of fear. They also expressed cultural ideas, symbolic truths, and, occasionally, the Greek fondness for dramatic flair. Many monsters reflect moral or psychological themes. The Minotaur, for instance, is more than a bull-headed man. It symbolizes the consequences of broken promises and cruelty in the reign of King Minos. Medusa embodies the ancient Mediterranean fear of the evil eye, a belief that misfortune could be inflicted through a single malicious glance. Cerberus, with his 3 coordinated heads, represents the unyielding boundary between the world of the living and the dead. Even the infamous chimera, a lion, a goat, and a serpent, all doing their best to share the same set of legs, likely arose from ancient encounters with real leopard populations in Anatolia, combined with the region's volcanic vents. When ash and flame spilled from the mountainside, the Greeks saw a creature that breathed fire, and the imagination did the rest. Storytellers, poets, and wandering bards shared these myths across festivals, marketplaces, and taverns. Almost every community had a local monster tale, shaped over generations. One region might describe a creature as hideously dangerous, while another depicted it as almost polite, as long as you didn't trespass on its cave during mealtime. Variation was expected. That's the beauty of myth. It bends with the storyteller. Greek art played its part too. Every vase painting, temple carving, and bronze plaque helped fix a monster's appearance in the cultural imagination. Early depictions of Gorgons show them with bulging eyes, tusks, and tongues sticking out, a far cry from the tragic, alluring figure later artists would imagine. Meanwhile, Scylla appears in Greek art as half woman, half fish, half dog, all personality, a reminder that monsters evolved visually as much as narratively. And monsters weren't always hated. Some protected sacred sites. Others acted as symbols on shields, armour, and buildings. The Gorgonean, the staring, wide-eyed face of a Gorgon, became a protective emblem meant to frighten away evil. One imagines it also frightened away dinner guests if placed too close to the table. Many monsters were part of large divine families. Typhon and Echidna, for example, were said to be the parents of several of the worst beasts heroes ever encountered. Their children include the Hydra, Cerberus, the Chimera, and quite possibly the Nemean lion. Thanksgiving in that household must have been an unforgettable experience. What's remarkable is that Greek thinkers eventually began reinterpreting monsters. Philosophers like Plato and Aristotle examined them from metaphorical or naturalistic perspectives. Aristotle, in particular, explained monstrous forms as errors of nature, which sounds very gentle considering he was referring to creatures who could turn people into stone or set cities on fire. Still, even as rational approaches emerged, the myths endured. They spoke to deeper truths about courage, fate, fear, and the human urge to face the unknown. Heroes who battled monsters represented the struggle against chaos itself, whether that chaos took the form of a labyrinth, a snake-infested swamp, or a god who had clearly skipped breakfast. Over the centuries, monsters travelled well. Romans adopted them, medieval scribes illustrated them, Renaissance painters revived them, and modern storytellers continue to reinvent them. Each new era finds something relevant in these ancient figures. A hydra becomes a symbol of problems that multiply. A minotaur becomes a metaphor for power trapped in its own violence. Medusa becomes a reflection of trauma and transformation. And so, before we meet these creatures one by one, before we hear their legends and explore their origins, it's good to understand the soil they grew from. A land shaped by earthquakes, storms, mountains, and seas. A culture rich with imagination, curiosity, and the occasional exaggeration. A people who explain the world not with textbooks, but with tales, adding a monster or two whenever the landscape seemed particularly dramatic. Tonight, as you drift into sleep, imagine an ancient storyteller in a quiet village square, lantern flickering beside them, gathering listeners with the promise of wondrous things. Monsters were never just beasts in the dark. They were the Greeks' way of asking questions about life, fear, fate, and everything that waited beyond the firelight. A fitting first step, then, before we follow heroes into shadowed caves, storm-tossed seas, and labyrinths with no turning back. Typhon was not merely a monster. He was, according to the Greeks, the monster, the embodiment of every violent tremor under the earth, every roaring storm across the sky, and every volcanic outburst that sent entire villages politely reconsidering their real estate choices. If the ancient world ever had a physical form for chaos itself, Typhon was it. Born from Gaia, the earth, and Tartarus, the deepest darkness beneath the underworld, Typhon entered mythology as a deliberate challenge to Zeus. Gaia, still displeased with Zeus for defeating her Titan children, apparently decided that diplomacy was overrated and opted instead to create a walking natural disaster to express her dissatisfaction. And so Typhon emerged, towering, terrible, and loud enough to make the sky flinch. Descriptions of Typhon differ, depending on the poet, but none of them are comforting. Hesiod tells us he was a creature of unimaginable height, his head brushing the stars. His body was human-shaped in the vaguest, most unhelpful sense, while his lower half consisted of enormous serpent coils. From his shoulders sprouted 100 dragon heads, each one hissing, howling, or shrieking in a different voice, an effect that must have sounded like a chorus of nightmares arguing about whose turn it was to breathe fire. Other sources add even more dramatic details. Some say his eyes blazed with flame. Others claim he had wings so vast they could blot out the sun. Aristophanes, never one to shy away from theatrical exaggeration, suggested Typhon's roar contained every animal sound in existence, from lions to bulls to an unsettling variety of hisses. In short, Typhon was the mythological equivalent of looking at a storm cloud and knowing with great certainty that it does not wish you well. When Typhon rose against the Olympians, their reactions were not especially heroic. Although Greek art often depicts the gods in glorious noble poses, the myths themselves occasionally reveal a more relatable side. According to one popular tradition, the moment Typhon approached Olympus, the gods panicked and fled. They disguised themselves as animals, each one choosing a form that, for reasons known only to them, seemed practical at the time. Apollo became a hawk. Hermes turned into an ibis. Dionysus transformed into a goat, which may have been a subtle commentary on his personal brand. Even Artemis, the famously composed huntress, reportedly became a cat. Nothing says divine authority like an entire pantheon scattering across the countryside as household pets. Only Zeus stayed behind. The king of the gods, armed with his thunderbolts, faced Typhon in a battle that Greek poets described with sweeping, earth-shaking grandeur. The sky crackled with lightning. Winds spiraled into storms. Mountains shuddered as if trying to crawl away from the conflict. The clash of Zeus and Typhon was not merely loud, it was cosmically loud. The kind of noise that would cause ancient villagers to step outside, squint at the horizon, and quietly blame the weather gods for being dramatic again. At first, Zeus seemed to have the upper hand. His lightning bolts scorched Typhon's heads one after another. But Typhon was no ordinary opponent. He surged forward with colossal strength, tore the sickle from Zeus's hands, and managed, in an unprecedented display of mythological audacity, to slice the tendons from Zeus's wrists and ankles. With the god of thunder suddenly rendered immobile, Typhon carried him away to a cave on Mount Cassius and imprisoned him there. It was, admittedly, an embarrassing moment for the king of Olympus. Fortunately, the Olympians who had earlier transformed into farm animals eventually returned to their senses. Hermes and Pan devised a rescue plan, a rare example of Hermes demonstrating responsibility and Pan demonstrating anything other than panic. They stole back Zeus's tendons, restored him to full strength, and thus reignited the battle. This second confrontation was decisive. Zeus unleashed a storm so tremendous that the poet struggled to describe it without running out of terrifying adjectives. Lightning crashed, mountains cracked, seas boiled, and the sky glowed with fire. Typhon, overwhelmed by the onslaught, finally retreated toward the earth, burrowing deep beneath Mount Etna, in Sicily. There, Zeus imprisoned him beneath layers of molten stone. The Greeks believed that Typhon remained trapped under Etna, and that every eruption was his rage breaking through the earth. The trembling of the ground, the roar of volcanic fire, the rivers of lava. These were not geological events, but the movements of a furious giant still wrestling against his fate. Even today, when Etna rumbles, one can almost hear the echo of the old myth, Typhon shifting restlessly in his fiery prison. But Typhon's importance extends far beyond his own story. His legacy shapes a vast portion of Greek mythology. As the father of monsters, he and his partner Echidna produced a remarkable catalogue of creatures that would torment heroes for generations. Cerberus, the three-headed guardian of the underworld, the Chimera, part lion, part goat, part serpent, and entirely unreasonable, the Hydra with its ever-multiplying heads, the Sphinx with her riddle and her stare, and even the Nemean lion. These weren't merely monsters, they were Typhon's children, scattered across the Greek world like a mythological family reunion gone terribly wrong. Typhon's story also carries symbolic meaning that resonated across centuries. He represents the forces of chaos and nature, earthquakes, storms, eruptions that threaten order. Zeus, by defeating him, symbolizes the establishment of cosmic stability. The Greeks saw this struggle not as a single event, but as a perpetual truth about the world. Beneath the calm surface of life, chaos always stirs. Ancient philosophers took this idea further. To them, Typhon was not just a literal monster, but a metaphor for disorder, emotion, or the unpredictable power of nature. Plato even suggested that myths like Typhon's served educational purposes, teaching people to respect natural forces and maintain harmony in society. Plato did not clarify how effective this teaching method was if the audience was primarily frightened children. Culturally, Typhon's presence allowed the Greeks to explain the geography around them. In places such as Sicily, where volcanic activity was a constant concern, the idea of Typhon trapped beneath the earth made emotional sense. When the ground trembled, it wasn't simply soil shifting. It was a reminder that even imprisoned forces of chaos remained alive, waiting. At festivals and storytelling gatherings, rhapsodes recited Typhon's myth with dramatic crescendos and lingering pauses. Listeners likely shivered or smiled at the thought of the gods fleeing as animals, or leaned in at the image of Zeus regaining his strength. These stories weren't distant legends. They were living, breathing interpretations of the world around them. And so, Typhon stands at the beginning of Greek monster lore, not just because of his size, or his spectacle, or his tendency to make volcanoes erupt inconveniently, but because he set the tone for all the creatures that followed. He showed that monsters were not simply terrifying, they were meaningful. They shaped the landscape, the imagination, and the emotional world of the Greeks. Every time ancient people heard thunder rolling across the mountains, or felt the ground stir beneath their feet, they remembered Typhon. And perhaps even today, when Etna glows against the night sky, a small part of that old story flickers again. The father of monsters still breathing somewhere deep below. Echidna was not the sort of mother you'd expect to find in a gentle lullaby. She did not bake biscuits, nor did she dispense affection in tidy little phrases. No, Echidna was the mother of monsters in the most literal sense. Half woman, half serpent, she dwelled in the dimmest outskirts of the ancient world, giving birth to creatures so troublesome that heroes made entire careers out of dealing with them. Her story begins with her lineage, which is, like most Greek family trees, quite the architectural hazard. According to Hesiod's Theogony, Echidna was the daughter of Phorcys and Ceto, primordial sea deities associated with the strange and the monstrous. Some later writers, however, describe her as a child of Tartarus and Gaia, tying her directly to the same ancient chthonic forces that produced Typhon. Either way, she emerged from a family where normal was not a widely used word. Echidna's form reflects this ancestry. She is described as a beautiful woman from the waist up, with striking features and a presence that made mortals instinctively uneasy. From the waist down, however, she was an enormous serpent, her coils capable of crushing stone. Ancient poets enjoyed emphasizing the contrast: soft human beauty above, scaled terror below. It is the sort of combination that makes sense only in mythology, where logic occasionally steps aside to take a short holiday. The Greeks imagined Echidna living far from human settlements, usually in caves, ravines, or desolate mountain passes. Her home was secluded not only because she valued privacy, but also because her children were the sort who attracted unwanted attention from heroes, kings, and the occasional unfortunate shepherd. Her lair symbolized the liminal space between the world of mortals and the shadowy forces beneath it. In Greek geography, caves were often gateways to the unknown, places where the natural landscape dipped into myth. Her most famous partner was Typhon, the catastrophic storm giant you met in the previous chapter. Together, they formed mythology's most unhelpful couple, producing a brood of creatures whose resumes included words like rampaging, terrifying, and spectacularly inconvenient. Their children included Cerberus, the three-headed dog who guarded the underworld, the Hydra of Lerna, with its regenerating necks, the Chimera, a fire-breathing hybrid of lion, goat, and serpent, and the Sphinx, who enjoyed riddles and a surprisingly encouraging amount of quiet menace. Echidna also mothered Ladon, the dragon who guarded the golden apples of the Hesperides, and Orthrus, a two-headed dog who had much the same temperament as his more famous three-headed brother. In short, Echidna's offspring read like a list of creatures ancient Greeks sincerely hoped not to meet during an afternoon stroll. While Typhon's story was one of cosmic rebellion, Echidna's role was subtler. She did not wage war on Olympus. Instead, she served as the quiet source of challenges that heroes needed to prove their worth. Without Echidna, the heroics of Heracles, Bellerophon, Perseus, and countless others would have been noticeably uneventful. One imagines the storytellers of Greece looking at her list of children with gratitude, realizing she provided a lifetime supply of dramatic material. The mythographers describe Echidna as immortal, undying, ageless, and forever lingering at the edges of the world. She is not slain by Heracles or Perseus or any other hero. Instead, she remains an enduring presence, sleeping in her cavern, watching from the darkness, and producing creatures whenever the universe requires a little more tension. This aspect of her story reveals something subtle about Greek myth. Monsters didn't simply vanish with one heroic victory. Chaos was always waiting, always renewing itself. Her immortality also connects her to the ancient concept of the wilderness as a living force. For the Greeks, the wild was not merely a place untouched by civilization. It was a realm ruled by strange powers. Echidna embodies this idea. She is the fertile, unpredictable, and sometimes dangerous heart of the untamed world. She is not evil exactly. She is simply what happens when nature follows its own rules, indifferent to human concerns. Archaeologically, her myth reflects real anxieties surrounding remote areas. Ancient Greece was full of caves that inspired local legends, deep crevices where vapours rose mysteriously, and mountain springs with unsettling echoes. Places like these took on supernatural associations, and storytellers imagined them as homes of beings like Echidna. Her serpentine lower body also resonates with symbolism found throughout Mediterranean cultures, where snakes were often linked to both life and death, fertility and fear. Snakes, after all, shed their skin, a process that fascinated ancient observers. To them, this seemed almost magical, a creature reborn from itself. Combined with the serpent's ability to strike suddenly, it became the perfect symbol for the duality of danger and renewal. Echidna carried this duality within her form. She was the mother of devastation, certainly, but in giving birth to monsters, she also shaped the heroic age of Greece. Several myths hint that Echidna occasionally encountered mortals directly. A rare but fascinating tradition claims that Zeus himself, during one of his many excursions away from Olympus, fathered children with her. Among these were the Scythians, an ancient people known for their skill in horsemanship and archery. The myth of their origin describes a union between Zeus and a half-serpent woman who closely resembles Echidna. Whether this was a friendly visit or yet another demonstration of Zeus's questionable decision-making, the story illustrates how deeply Echidna's image permeated Greek culture. Her cave is mentioned in texts associated with the region near Colchis, the same land where Jason sought the Golden Fleece. This eastern connection reinforces the idea that Echidna occupied the borders of the Greek world, both literally and mythologically. Wherever the Greeks imagined the world growing strange or distant, Echidna's shadow seemed to linger. Echidna's presence also shaped ritual life. While there were no major temples dedicated to her, understandably perhaps, snakes were sacred in several cults, especially those connected with healing gods like Asclepius, or with earth deities like Demeter. The snake's role in regeneration allowed it to become a symbol of health as well as danger, echoing the complexity within Echidna's myth. Her children's encounters with heroes are perhaps the clearest sign of her narrative significance. Each monster she bore became a trial that reinforced the world's need for courage, cleverness, and divine guidance. Heracles, defeating the Hydra, demonstrated resourcefulness. Bellerophon, overcoming the Chimera, showed the power of divine aid and heroic daring. Even Cerberus, when confronted by Heracles during his final labour, symbolized mankind's attempt to momentarily bridge the gap between life and death. These encounters were never purely about brute force. They illustrated the relationship between order and chaos. Echidna stood on the side of nature, untamed, unpredictable, and profoundly necessary. The heroes stood on the side of civilization, structured, disciplined, and often overwhelmed. Their battles, dramatic as they were, reflected the tension between these two realms. Echidna endures in myth not because she sought the spotlight, but because she shaped the world from beneath it. She was the quiet, fundamental force that ensured heroes had challenges to face. Without her, Greek mythology would be far less exciting and considerably shorter. She is the whisper beneath the earth, the shadow in the ravine, the subtle reminder that the world's edges are never truly tame. And so, while Typhon roared and shook the sky, Echidna remained still, coiled in her darkness, shaping the world in her own patient, serpentine way. A mother not of comforting lullabies, but of legends, trials, and the unforgettable monsters that haunt the edges of ancient Greek imagination. The Hydra of Lerna was one of those creatures that could make even the bravest hero reconsider his life choices. It wasn't merely dangerous, it was persistently dangerous. A creature that rather unfairly improved itself every time someone attempted to harm it. When the Greeks described a problem that multiplied the moment you tried to solve it, they weren't being poetic. They were remembering the Hydra. The Hydra lived in the marshlands near Lerna, a region in the Peloponnese known for its stagnant water, thick reeds, and general air of disapproval. Lerna was more than a swampy inconvenience. It was one of the most ancient sacred sites in Greece. Springs bubbled out of the earth, mysterious vapours rose at dawn, and the land carried whispers of old rituals. In myth, it was said to be an entrance to the underworld, which given the scenery seems entirely reasonable. Into this eerie landscape slithered the Hydra, born of Echidna and Typhon, two beings whose combined family tree resembles a hazard diagram. The creature inherited Typhon's destructive tendencies and Echidna's serpentine elegance, though elegance may not be the appropriate word for a serpent with numerous snapping heads. Most ancient authors settle on 9 heads, though some opted for a rather dramatic 50 or even 100. It is a testament to Greek storytelling that audiences accepted these numbers without blinking. The truly troublesome part was not how many heads the Hydra possessed, but what those heads did when removed. When one head was cut off, 2 grew back. Some writers specify that they grew instantly. Others claim they sprouted with alarming speed, like particularly motivated vegetation. Either way, the result was the same. The Hydra was a creature that refused to be solved. The Hydra's venom was legendary. Its breath alone was said to kill anyone who stood too close. Its blood was so toxic that even its tracks poisoned the ground. It is difficult not to suspect that malaria, which plagued Greek marshlands, helped inspire these details. For ancient villagers watching their friends fall ill after visiting the wetlands, imagining a multi-headed serpent lurking beneath the reeds must have felt like a satisfying explanation. The Hydra enters immortal legend through Heracles to the Romans, during his second labour. Tasked by King Eurystheus, who enjoyed assigning Heracles the sort of jobs one gives to a man one does not particularly like, Heracles set off for the marsh of Lerna. The hero had already slain the Nemean lion. Naturally, he assumed he could handle a serpent. Heroes, in general, were overly optimistic. Heracles arrived at the Hydra's lair, which lay beneath a massive plane tree. The air was thick with swamp mist, the kind of fog that makes one think about turning back and pretending one never received the assignment in the first place. Heracles approached with caution, though not enough caution, because the Hydra lunged at him before he had time to appreciate the view. The battle that followed was fierce. Heracles swung his club and severed one of the Hydra's heads. The head rolled into the reeds, and for a brief moment Heracles allowed himself a triumphant thought. That moment was short-lived. The stump immediately sprouted 2 new heads, both hissing, writhing, and generally behaving as though they had been practicing synchronized aggression. Heracles frowned, which in his case was a significant reaction, and tried again. Same result. 2 more heads. Again. 2 more. At this point, even a demigod could sense that this was not going according to plan. Fortunately, Heracles had not come alone. His nephew Iolaus had accompanied him, an unsung figure in mythology, often remembered only by scholars and attentive readers. Iolaus observed the situation with admirable clarity. Cutting the heads alone would never work. As Heracles struck the next head, Iolaus leapt forward with a burning torch. He cauterized the stump, sealing the wound before new heads could grow. The method worked. Heracles cut, Iolaus burned. Cut, burn, slash, sizzle. The marsh filled with the sounds of heroic teamwork, monstrous shrieking, and what must have been a very strong smell of roasted serpent. It remains one of the great lessons of Greek myth. Even the strongest hero occasionally needs someone sensible nearby, but the Hydra was not without help. At one point, a giant crab, sent by Hera to assist the serpent, scuttled out of the marsh and grabbed Heracles by the foot. The crab, perhaps imagining itself quite heroic, held on with admirable determination. Heracles responded by stomping it flat. The gods, in their infinite fondness for consolation prizes, later placed the crab among the stars as the constellation Cancer. This tells us two things. One, Hera was committed to the bit. And two, in Greek mythology, even getting stepped on by a hero could earn you celestial immortality. Back to the battle. After a sustained exchange of cutting and burning, only one head remained, the immortal one. This head could not be killed, only contained. Heracles severed it, placed it carefully beneath a huge boulder, and buried it deep in the swampy earth. The Hydra was finally defeated. But the story did not end there. Heracles dipped his arrows into the Hydra's blood, creating weapons of unparalleled lethality. These arrows would kill giants, centaurs, and even tragically bring about Heracles' own death many years later. It is one of mythology's recurring themes. Even conquered monsters have lingering consequences. Symbolically, the Hydra represented several anxieties within Greek culture. Its many heads mirrored the Hydra-headed challenges of the natural world. Illnesses that returned, dangers that multiplied, problems that seemed impossible to resolve. Its swampy habitat amplified the Greek fear of wet, disease-ridden spaces, which they associated with the unknown and the uncanny. The Hydra's regenerative ability reflected nature's persistence, its refusal to be subdued entirely by human effort. In art, the Hydra frequently appears beside Heracles, coiling around him with a tangle of serpentine necks. Early black figure vases show the hero in direct combat, club raised, while later red figure pottery emphasizes the teamwork between Heracles and Iolaus. The contrast between the hero's broad, muscular frame and the Hydra's chaotic mass of heads created one of the most visually dynamic scenes in ancient art. Even Roman mosaics continued the theme, celebrating Heracles' ingenuity as much as his strength. The Hydra also demonstrates the Greek belief that civilization triumphs not merely through force, but through cleverness and cooperation. Heracles alone could not defeat the beast. Iolaus' idea, fire to cauterize the stumps, turned the tide. The Greeks valued intelligence as highly as physical might, and the story subtly reinforces that balance. Heroes who rely solely on strength often fail. Heroes who adapt endure. Beyond its mythic symbolism, the Hydra sheds light on how the Greeks interpreted the natural world. Before the scientific method, humanity explained danger through personification. A swamp wasn't just a swamp, it was a lair. Poisonous vapours weren't merely natural, they belonged to a creature. By giving the hazard a shape and a name, the Greeks made it something that could be faced, discussed, even defeated. And so, the Hydra remains one of mythology's most enduring monsters. A creature not merely slain, but outsmarted. A symbol of persistent challenges. A reminder that some problems require careful thought, and occasionally a nephew with a torch. Heracles walked away victorious, but the Hydra's legacy lived on in his arrows, in art, in language, and in the quiet truth that even monstrous problems can be overcome with resilience, strategy, and a little help. The story of Medusa is perhaps one of the most misunderstood tales in all of Greek mythology. Today she is remembered as a terrifying creature with snakes for hair and a gaze that turned mortals into stone. But beneath the surface of her legend lies a surprisingly tragic story, one woven from beauty, betrayal, divine anger, and rather sigh-inducingly, a hero who arrived at precisely the wrong moment for her. Before Medusa became the most famous monster in Greek lore, she was not a monster at all. In many early versions, she was a beautiful young woman, admired for her striking appearance. Ovid, in his Metamorphoses, goes as far as to describe her hair as so lovely that it attracted the attention of Poseidon. This attention, in Greek mythology, rarely led to anything good, and indeed it didn't. Poseidon chased Medusa into a temple of Athena, an act that deeply insulted the goddess. Yet, instead of punishing the sea god, who as one of the Olympians enjoyed diplomatic immunity, Athena directed her wrath toward Medusa. In a transformation equal parts symbolic and devastating, Athena changed Medusa's beautiful hair into writhing serpents. Her face became so terrifying that anyone who looked upon her was instantly turned to stone. It was not exactly a fair punishment, but fairness was rarely high on the divine agenda. Medusa belonged to a trio of sisters, known as the Gorgons. The other two, Steno and Euryale, were immortal, powerful beings whose monstrous appearance was integral to their divine nature. Medusa alone was mortal, and in some ways this made her the most vulnerable. While her sisters represented ancient primordial forces, Medusa was something different, a mortal woman caught in the crossfire of divine politics. Artistically, the earliest depictions of the Gorgons on Greek pottery show them with bulging eyes, tusks, protruding tongues, and snake-like features. They were meant to be frightening, protective symbols, apotropaic figures used to ward off evil. The Greeks believed that the image of something terrifying could repel danger. In a sense, the Gorgon face was a supernatural do not disturb sign. Shields, temples, breastplates, and doorways often displayed Gorgon imagery, not to glorify monsters, but to keep real dangers at bay. Over time, however, the image of Medusa softened. By the classical period, artists began portraying her with a strangely tragic beauty. Snakes still present, but draped elegantly. Her expression still powerful, but tinged with sorrow. There is something quietly heartbreaking about this shift. It reflects a deeper understanding. Medusa was not merely a monster. She was a victim transformed against her will. Her home, after the curse, lay on the far edge of the world, a place the Greeks imagined as remote, shadowed, and windswept. The ancient mindset placed monsters on the margins, both geographically and symbolically. These edgelands represented the limit of human understanding, the boundary between civilization and mystery. Medusa lived at that boundary, a reminder of what happens when mortal lives collide with divine tempers. Her story becomes intertwined with that of Perseus, a hero whose destiny was shaped long before he was born. King Acrisius of Argos, fearing a prophecy that his grandson would one day kill him, imprisoned his daughter Danae to prevent her from bearing a child. Zeus, who considered locked rooms more of a suggestion than a barrier, visited Danae in the form of a golden shower. Greek myths seldom improve upon retelling. Perseus was born soon after. To rid himself of the prophesied child, Acrisius set mother and child adrift in a wooden chest. But the sea is notoriously unreliable at obeying murderous instructions, and the pair washed ashore safely. Perseus grew up strong, clever, and destined for heroism, which is how his path eventually crossed with Medusa. The king of Seriphus, Polydectes, sought to rid himself of Perseus and cleverly disguised this goal as a polite request. He asked Perseus to bring him the head of Medusa, a task so absurd that most people would have declined on the grounds of not wanting to be turned into outdoor decor. But Perseus, young and enthusiastic, accepted. His quest led him across the Greek world and beyond. He sought the guidance of Athena and Hermes, who, perhaps feeling somewhat responsible for Medusa's situation, decided to help. Hermes gave him a curved sword, sharp enough to slice through anything, and a pair of winged sandals for swift travel. Athena provided a polished bronze shield. Its reflective surface would allow Perseus to see without looking directly at Medusa. Perseus also visited the Gayi, 3 ancient sisters who shared a single eye. These beings were among the strangest in Greek myth, old, grey, and eternally bickering about whose turn it was to use the eye. Perseus, rather dramatically, stole their shared eye until they agreed to tell him where the Hesperides lived. The Hesperides, in turn, offered him a magical sack capable of safely carrying Medusa's head. Perseus left with both equipment and, one imagines, a particularly memorable travel story. When he finally reached Medusa's lair, he found her asleep among the stone figures of men who had tried and failed before him. It is here that Medusa's tragedy becomes most apparent. She did not stalk the land seeking victims. She lived in isolation, cursed, transformed, and dangerous not by choice but by circumstance. Using Athena's shield as a mirror, Perseus crept closer. The reflection revealed Medusa's features, still monstrous, but tinged with a sense of quiet suffering. Without ever facing her directly, he swung Hermes' blade and severed her head. From her blood sprang Pegasus, the winged horse, and Chrysa, a golden giant. These strange offspring symbolize both the violent nature of her death and the lingering divine power within her. Perseus placed the head into the enchanted sack and fled as Steno and Euryale awakened, their anguished screams echoing across the landscape. Their sister was gone, and unlike them, she could not rise again. It was the rare moment in Greek myth when the monsters were not the ones in the wrong. Perseus used Medusa's head several times in his later adventures. It turned sea monsters to stone, petrified foes, and even fulfilled the long-feared prophecy when Acrisius was accidentally struck by a discus during athletic games. A reminder that prophecy in Greek myth usually arrives precisely on schedule, whether one wishes it or not. Eventually, Perseus gave the head to Athena, who placed it upon her shield, the Aegis. It became a symbol of divine protection. Its terrifying power transformed into something that guarded rather than destroyed. Medusa's story reveals much about ancient belief. The Greeks understood that beauty could provoke envy, that innocence did not guarantee safety, and that divine beings often acted from emotion rather than justice. Medusa became a reminder of these truths: tragic, powerful, feared, and misunderstood. Over the centuries, she evolved further. Medieval writers feared her. Renaissance artists beautified her. Modern storytellers reclaim her as a symbol of trauma, resilience, or feminine rage. Each era reshaped her, but one truth remains. Medusa was never just a monster. She was a woman transformed by forces beyond her control. and her story reflects the ancient world's uneasy balance between wonder and cruelty. And so, Medusa lingers in myth not merely as a creature to fear, but as a figure to ponder, a reminder that even monsters may carry grief, and even heroes may bring tragedy with them. The chimera was one of those creatures that make you wonder whether the ancient Greek imagination ever paused for breath. A lion fused with a goat and finished off with a serpent for a tail sounds less like a natural species and more like several animals being forced to share a single resume. Yet in Greek myth, the chimera was very real, very dangerous, and very uninterested in conforming to anyone's expectations about what a monster ought to look like. Born from Echidna and Typhon, parents whose offspring consistently caused headaches for heroes and cartographers alike, the chimera inherited the family talent for causing trouble. She was said to dwell in Lijiye, a rugged region of Anatolia, modern-day Turkey, where mountains rose sharply and volcanic vents hissed with mysterious fumes. The landscape itself felt mythic, and it is no coincidence that the Greeks placed such a bizarre creature there. Descriptions of the chimera vary, but most ancient writers agree on the essentials. The front part of her body was that of a lion, fierce and powerful. From her back rose a second head, that of a goat, bleating with an enthusiasm that was probably discouraging to anyone nearby, and her tail ended in a serpent's head, ready to strike at anything that ventured too close. As if this arrangement weren't sufficiently alarming, the chimera also breathed fire. Actual fire. A decision which, from a biological perspective, raises more questions than answers. The Greek word chimera originally meant a she-goat, which suggests the creature may have begun its mythic life as something more modest. But over time, myth-makers did what myth-makers do best. They elaborated. A simple goat became a fire-breathing amalgamation of animals, as though the universe itself had grown bored of ordinary goats and decided to upgrade to something more theatrical. The chimera's existence reflects an essential truth about ancient storytelling. Hybrid creatures symbolized danger, liminality, and unpredictability. A lion was already terrifying enough. A serpent was the embodiment of treachery. A goat. Well, goats were alarming in their own way. Combine them, and you get a creature that represents the very concept of imbalance, nature breaking its own rules. But the chimera was not merely an imaginative invention. Scholars have long noted that the region of Lijiye contains active volcanic vents. Flames and smoke erupt from the ground in places like Yanatash, where natural gas leaks create eternal fires. Ancient travellers, witnessing flames emerging from rocky slopes, reasonably concluded that a fire-breathing beast lived within. The chimera, therefore, was a mythic explanation for volcanic activity long before the science existed to explain it. Despite her imposing nature, the chimera might have remained a distant terror were it not for one hero, Bellerophon. Unlike Heracles or Perseus, Bellerophon is not as widely remembered today, but in ancient Greece he was a celebrated figure, stylish, confident, and, like most heroes, dangerously prone to accepting challenges he should have politely declined. Bellerophon's trouble began when King Proetus of Tiryns accused him of a crime he did not commit. Instead of punishing him directly, Proetus decided to send him to Lycia with a sealed letter. The letter, addressed to King Iobates, politely requested that the bearer, that is Bellerophon, be killed. This was the ancient equivalent of forwarding a rather awkward email, and hoping someone else would deal with the problem. Iobates, equally reluctant to spill heroic blood himself, chose a more creative approach. He sent Bellerophon to slay the chimera, assuming quite reasonably that the monster would handle the matter on his behalf. But Bellerophon had an advantage: Pegasus, the winged horse born from Medusa's blood. With Pegasus, Bellerophon could fight from the air, avoiding the chimera's fire and snapping heads. His approach was clever. One might even call it tactically elegant. Rather than charging directly at the creature, he hovered above it, striking when safe and retreating when flames erupted. The battle, retold by poets across centuries, was fierce. The chimera roared with its lion head, shrieked with its goat head, and hissed with its serpentine tail, an ensemble performance likely heard for miles. Flames burst upward with each roar, scorching the air and blistering the rocks. Bellerophon, circling overhead on Pegasus, looked down upon the scene with a mixture of heroism and the dawning realization that this was not going to be a quick job. Different versions describe different endings. In some, Bellerophon plunged a spear into the chimera's flaming throat, suffocating it. In others, he attached a block of lead to his spear. When the chimera breathed fire at him, the molten metal flowed into her throat, killing her from within. Regardless of the method, the important key is that Bellerophon outsmarted the creature, not by strength, but by strategy. This victory, however, reveals something interesting. The Greeks deeply admired intelligence in combat. Heracles used a torch against the Hydra. Theseus used a thread to escape the labyrinth, and Bellerophon used molten metal to defeat a fire-breathing beast. Greek heroes succeeded not merely because they were strong, but because they were clever. The chimera's defeat reinforces the idea that monsters embody chaos, and heroes must impose order through wit as much as through muscle. After slaying the chimera, Bellerophon completed several more dangerous tasks, but, in a pattern familiar to anyone who studies Greek myth, success led to hubris. Believing himself nearly invincible, he attempted to ride Pegasus to Olympus itself. Zeus, disinclined to welcome uninvited guests at divine altitude, sent a gadfly to sting Pegasus. The horse reared, Bellerophon fell, and the once great hero spent the rest of his days wandering the earth in misery. It is one of mythology's more pointed lessons. One may defeat a monster, but no one defeats pride. The chimera, however, lived on in memory. Greek art portrayed her frequently, often with Bellerophon and Pegasus in dramatic compositions. Vase painters relished the visual challenge of combining three animals into one coherent form. Sculptors carved her body in sinuous twisting lines. Even the earliest coins from Lycia bear images of the chimera, cementing her as a regional emblem. Her hybrid nature also influenced later cultures. Medieval bestiaries referenced her as a symbol of deceit or unnatural mixture. Renaissance scholars revived her as a metaphor in literature. In modern language, we still use chimera to mean an impossible dream, an illusion, or something composed of disparate parts. Even in science, a chimeric organism refers to a creature with genetic material from different sources. The ancient monster echoes in laboratories and literature alike. But perhaps the most compelling part of the chimera's myth is how she embodies the landscape. Fire from the earth, smoke rising from mountains, strange geological vents. These features inspired the imagination long before geology existed. The chimera gave shape to natural wonder. Her breath was the earth's flame. Her roar, the sound of mountain winds. Her serpentine tail, the shifting fissures below. She was not merely a monster. She was a mythic interpretation of a place. And she was, in her own strange way, a creature shaped by the anxieties of ancient life. The unpredictability of nature, the threat of disaster, the mystery of volcanic fire, all of it condensed into a single being that defied logic. The Greeks looked at the burning hillsides of Lycia and told a story. A remarkable story, admittedly dramatic, and certainly involving more goats than one might expect. The chimera endures because she stands at the crossroads of fear and wonder. She is the embodiment of chaos, the symbol of liminal spaces, and a reminder that the ancient world explained its mysteries not with measurements and graphs, but with imagination, and so she lingers in the quiet edges of myth. A lion roaring, a goat screaming, a serpent hissing, and fire rising from her throat. A creature impossible by nature, but entirely possible in the realm of story. Cerberus was not the sort of dog one walked casually through a village. He was, after all, the guardian of the underworld, a three-headed hound born from Typhon and Echidna, whose job was not to retrieve sticks or wag his tail, but to ensure that the dead stayed precisely where they belonged. In Greek myth, he is one of the most iconic creatures, a symbol of finality and the boundary between worlds. But, as with most beings connected to the underworld, his story is wrapped in layers of symbolism, fear, and the ancient understanding of what lies beyond life. Cerberus lived at the gates of Hades, stationed at the entrance like the world's most intimidating security officer. His three heads watched in different directions, one forward, one slightly to the side, and the third, one imagines, scanning for mortals trying clever tricks. Ancient poets describe him with a mane of snakes and a serpent for a tail. Later artists softened the image, but even then one could tell that this was not a creature you approached with treats. His primary duty was simple: allow the dead to enter the underworld, but prevent them from leaving. In Greek thought, death was not a revolving door. Once one crossed the threshold into the realm of Hades and Persephone, returning was not the expected outcome. Cerberus ensured this rule remained unbroken. He was, in a sense, the living embodiment of the word final. The Greeks imagined the underworld as a vast layered realm, far more complex than the popular image of a gloomy cavern. It contained rivers, Styx, Acheron, Lethe, Cocytus, and Phlegethon, each symbolizing different aspects of death. Souls wandered through meadows, crossed streams, and, depending on their lives, found peace, punishment, or something in between. Approaching this realm required passing Cerberus, who stood between mortality and the unknown. Despite his frightening role, Cerberus was not malicious. He was simply doing his job, and doing it exceptionally well. A few heroes did manage to bypass him, but none of them forgot the experience, and none did so without help from the gods. The most famous of these was Heracles, whose 12th and final labour required him to bring Cerberus to the surface world. Eurystheus, perhaps running out of ideas or simply tired of seeing Heracles return alive, issued the order expecting the hero to fail. The underworld was, after all, not the sort of place one popped into lightly. Heracles first sought initiation into the Eleusinian mysteries, a powerful religious tradition connected with death and rebirth. This step reflects a remarkable detail often overlooked. Even heroes needed spiritual preparation before entering the realm of the dead. With this sacred rite completed, he descended into the underworld through one of its entrances. There were several scattered across Greece, each believed to be a thin place where the living world met the world below. Once inside, Heracles approached Hades and Persephone with an unusual politeness for someone who frequently solved problems with a club. He asked permission to borrow Cerberus. Hades agreed, but on one condition. Heracles must subdue the beast without using weapons. This request, depending on one's perspective, was either deeply respectful or deeply unfair. Heracles confronted Cerberus at the gates. The hound lunged, all three heads snapping, the serpent tail striking like a whip. Heracles, using only his strength, wrestled with the beast. He seized Cerberus by the throat, gently, one hopes, and held firm until the dog submitted. Having honoured Hades' condition, he led Cerberus back to the world above, where Eurystheus, upon seeing the beast, reportedly hid inside a large jar and refused to come out. Heracles soon returned Cerberus to the underworld, none the worse for wear, proving that even monstrous guardians appreciate proper handling. Cerberus appears in other myths as well. When Orpheus journeyed to the underworld to retrieve his wife Eurydice, he famously soothed Cerberus not with strength, but with music. The notes of his lyre lulled the three heads into sleep, demonstrating that soft power sometimes succeeds where force would fail. In another tale, Aeneas, guided by the Sibyl, used a drugged cake to pacify the hound, an early example of the treats solve most problems philosophy. These encounters illustrate something important. Cerberus was not unbeatable. He was a boundary, not a villain. And boundaries, while formidable, can be crossed by those with the proper knowledge, tools, or divine permission. Beyond Cerberus, the underworld was populated by many other beings, less famous perhaps, but equally fascinating. The Keres, for instance, were dark spirits who hovered over battlefields, drawn to the dying. They were not malicious so much as inevitable, representing the inescapable nature of mortality. The Greeks imagined them with wings and sharp teeth, descending upon fallen warriors in a scene both haunting and symbolic. Then there were the Erinyes, the Furies, servants of vengeance, who pursued those who shed kindred blood. They were not monsters in the traditional sense, but terrifying enough to unsettle even gods. Their presence in myth reflects the Greek belief that moral wrongdoing had consequences that extended beyond life into the realm of the divine. The underworld also held the judges of the dead, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus. These were not monsters either, but their solemn duty shaped the fate of every soul. They listened to the lives of mortals and assigned them to their proper resting places. In a world without written laws about the afterlife, this idea offered comfort and order. But among the creatures that roamed the deeper realms, few were as strange as the shades described in Homer's Odyssey. When Odysseus descended into the underworld, he found spirits fluttering like shadows, eager to drink the blood of the sacrifices he offered. Only then could they speak. It was a haunting, fragile existence, far removed from the dramatic torments depicted in later Roman poetry. In this dim landscape, Cerberus was the first line of order, keeping the living out and the dead in. The Greeks did not imagine the underworld as a place of unending torment. It was simply The next place. Unsettling, yes, but not irrational. Its monsters represented the unknown, not evil. Over time, Cerberus became a broader symbol. Greek potters painted him on vases, often alongside Heracles. Sculptors carved him in reliefs. Roman poets added their own flourishes. Virgil described him drooling venom, which is unpleasant but on brand. Even much later, medieval scholars referenced him as a guardian of sin, though this interpretation was far removed from the quieter Greek understanding. In the modern world, Cerberus endures as an emblem of boundaries between life and death, order and chaos, safety and uncertainty. He also stands as one of the few monsters in Greek myth without malice. He did not chase heroes across mountains or terrorize villages. He did not roam the world seeking victims. He stayed diligently at his post, fulfilling a role no one else wanted. This sense of duty made him strangely admirable. Even heroes respected him, speaking of him with caution but not hatred. In a mythology filled with creatures who gleefully caused chaos, Cerberus was almost reasonable. Terrifying, yes, but reasonable. And so, under the dim, eternal twilight of the underworld, he stands. 3 heads alert, tail coiled, eyes watching. A reminder that even in myth, some boundaries are necessary. Some guardians are steadfast. And some monsters are not monsters at all, but protectors of a world that must remain separate. Cerberus remains at the gate, ensuring balance, enforcing the final rule of life, and giving Greek heroes one of their most iconic and intimidating challenges. The Minotaur was not merely a monster lurking in a maze. He was the living embodiment of a royal family's mistakes, a kingdom's pride, and a myth that blended fear, politics, and tragedy in equal portions. In Greek mythology, few creatures are as layered in symbolic meaning. Half man, half bull, and entirely trapped by circumstance, the Minotaur stands as a reminder that the most haunting monsters are often born from human decisions. The story begins, as so many Greek myths do, with a king making a questionable choice. King Minos of Crete, seeking to prove his divine legitimacy, prayed to Poseidon for a sign. In response, the sea god sent forth a magnificent white bull, an animal so striking that Minos decided not to sacrifice it as he had promised, but to keep it for himself. Poseidon, observing this breach of agreement, reacted with a level of creativity that only Greek deities possessed. He caused Minos' wife, Pasiphae, to develop an irresistible passion for the bull. It is safe to say that this was not her idea. Pasiphae, a figure often overlooked in mainstream retellings, was herself of divine lineage, descended from the sun god Helios. Her transformation from queen to victim of divine punishment is a reminder that in Greek myth, gods rarely distributed consequences proportionally. Minos broke the vow, but Pasiphae suffered the punishment. With the help of the brilliant craftsman Daedalus, she approached the bull in disguise, using a wooden cow. The result of this unnatural union was the Minotaur, a creature neither fully human nor fully animal. The Greeks called him Asterion in some traditions, meaning starry one, which suggests a tragic nobility. But history remembers him mostly by his monstrous title, the Minos bull. The child, though initially innocent, grew rapidly and developed a taste for human flesh. Unable to control him and unwilling to kill him, Minos turned again to Daedalus, who constructed the labyrinth, a twisting maze so complex that no one who entered could find the way out. The Minotaur was imprisoned inside, not simply to protect Crete, but to conceal the king's scandal. The creature became a living secret, hidden at the centre of the island's political power. The labyrinth itself became legendary. Ancient writers described it as a marvel of architectural ingenuity, a structure that defied logic and challenged perception. It symbolized confusion, entrapment, and the complexity of human decisions. Later, civilizations interpreted it as a metaphor for the mind, a place of contradictions, shadows, and hidden fears. Its origin in myth reflects the Greek fascination with structure and chaos, order and entrapment. Crete, during the Bronze Age, was a powerful civilization. Archaeological excavations of Knossos reveal sprawling palace complexes, intricate frescoes, and labyrinthine corridors. It is easy to see how the physical layout of these palaces contributed to the myth. A visitor navigating the winding halls of Knossos might very well have believed a monster waited somewhere deep within. The Minotaur's story intertwines with Athens during a time of conflict. After Minos' son Androgeos was killed in Athens, circumstances vary depending on the source, Minos waged war on the city. Victorious, he demanded a heavy tribute every 9 years, or annually, depending on the tradition. Athens was to send 7 young men and 7 young women to Crete, where they would be sent into the labyrinth as living sacrifices to the Minotaur. This cruel arrangement reveals the darker side of mythic kingship. Minos used the Minotaur not simply as a monster, but as a political tool. The tribute reinforced Crete's dominance and kept Athens subdued. The Minotaur was a weapon of intimidation, a symbol of the consequences of defying Crete. Into this grim tradition stepped Theseus, the Athenian hero who would eventually become king. Theseus volunteered to join the sacrificial youths, not, presumably, because he fancied the experience, but because he intended to put an end to the tribute and slay the Minotaur. The Athenians, weary of seeing their young people vanish into Crete's labyrinth of stone and fear, placed their hopes in him. Upon arriving in Crete, Theseus received unexpected help from Ariadne, daughter of Minos. Whether she fell in love with him upon sight, or simply recognized an opportunity to rebel against her father's tyranny, varies by storyteller, but the result is the same. She provided Theseus with a ball of thread. This deceptively simple object became the key to navigating the labyrinth. By tying one end to the entrance and unravelling the thread as he went, Theseus ensured he could find his way back. The image of the thread has endured in Western thought for millennia. It symbolises logic, guidance, clarity, and hope, an elegant counterbalance to the maze's confusion. It is also a reminder that heroes rarely succeed entirely on their own. Theseus entered with courage, yes, but he emerged with the help of Ariadne's cleverness. When Theseus encountered the Minotaur deep within the maze, the battle was swift and brutal. Ancient sources disagree on the details. Some say he used his bare hands. Others claim he wielded a club or sword, but they agree on the outcome. Theseus slew the creature and led the surviving youths back out using the thread. And here lies a curious truth. The Minotaur, for all his ferocity, was also a victim. Born from divine punishment, imprisoned as a secret, and fed sacrifices he never asked for, he lived a life of isolation and violence. His death ended Crete's reign of terror, but it also ended a life shaped entirely by forces beyond his control. After the escape, Theseus fled Crete with Ariadne, but in a twist that reveals the less flattering aspect of his character, he abandoned her on the island of Naxos. Whether through forgetfulness, cold calculation, or divine intervention, as some versions insist, Ariadne woke alone. It is a moment that highlights the ambiguity of Greek heroes. They are brave, yes, but rarely flawless. Theseus's return to Athens brought further sorrow. He had promised his father, King Aegeus, that if he succeeded, he would replace his ship's black sails with white ones. In his excitement, he forgot. Seeing the black sails approach, Aegeus believed his son dead and threw himself from a cliff into the sea, which thereafter bore his name, the Aegean Sea. It is a stark reminder of how triumph and tragedy coexist in myth. The Minotaur's story, however, endured long beyond the fall of Crete. In Greek art, he appears as a powerful, imposing figure, half bull, half man, often depicted with enormous strength and a posture that blends human rage with animal instinct. The Greeks understood him not merely as a beast, but as a creature shaped by circumstance. In later eras, writers and philosophers reinterpreted the myth. For some, the Minotaur represented uncontrolled passion. For others, the darker impulses within the human psyche. The labyrinth became a symbol of life's complexity, the maze each person must navigate in search of clarity. Ariadne's thread became a metaphor for reason, love, or guidance, depending on one's needs. Modern storytellers often reclaim the Minotaur as a tragic figure, a being born into monstrosity, longing for freedom. And perhaps that is the quiet truth beneath the legend. The Minotaur was terrifying, yes, but he did not choose his form, his prison, or his fate. His story reveals the tension between power and vulnerability, between kingship and consequence, between the order of human society and the wildness that lurks beneath. A creature of the labyrinth, shaped by divine punishment and political cruelty. The Minotaur remains one of the most haunting figures in Greek myth. Not simply because of what he was, but because of what he could never be. The ancient Greeks loved the sea, but they also respected it with the kind of caution one normally reserves for large, unpredictable animals. The sea provided food, trade, and travel, yet it also swallowed ships without warning, and conjured storms that rearranged a sailor's plans in seconds. It was only natural, then, that the myths of Greece placed some of their most terrifying monsters in the open waters. Among these, none were more feared or better remembered than Scylla and Charybdis. Scylla and Charybdis lived on opposite sides of a narrow strait, traditionally identified with the Strait of Messina, between Italy and Sicily. In antiquity, this channel was notorious. Its waters churned unpredictably, currents shifted without warning, and whirlpools formed that could easily drag a ship to its doom. Before scientific explanations, sailors did what humans do best. They told stories. Frightening stories, yes, but ones that captured the dangers of the sea with poetic force. Scylla dwelled on one side of the strait, perched upon a jagged cliff. No gentle mermaid she. Scylla was once said to have been a beautiful nymph, admired for her grace and voice. Unfortunately, admiration in mythology rarely leads to peaceful outcomes. Depending on the version, she either rejected the sea god Glaucus, earning the wrath of Circe, who envied his love, or she was transformed by Circe for other reasons entirely. Circe, famous for her magical abilities and general impatience with uncooperative mortals, brewed a potion that turned Scylla into a monstrous creature. The transformation was brutal. Scylla's upper body remained feminine, but from her waist downward grew a ring of 6 snarling dog heads, each capable of snatching sailors from passing ships. Her lower body sprouted 12 legs, sometimes described as tentacles, and her entire form became fused to the stone of the cliff. Her beauty was gone, replaced by a form both tragic and terrifying, a reminder of how quickly fortunes could turn in Greek myth, especially when a sorceress was involved. Scylla did not leave her rock. She could not. Instead, she leaned over the water, waiting for ships to pass close enough for her dog heads to strike. Homer describes her attack vividly in the Odyssey. Each head snatches one man, devouring him with swift, ruthless efficiency. Odysseus, who had already endured storms, monsters, and general divine irritation, watched in helpless grief as 6 of his men were seized and swallowed. It was not a battle he could win. Scylla was not an enemy to be fought, she was a hazard to be endured. On the opposite side of the strait lurked Charybdis. Unlike Scylla, Charybdis had no backstory rooted in jealousy, curses, or romantic misfortune. She was, quite simply, a monstrous embodiment of a whirlpool. Some myths claim she was once a daughter of Poseidon and Gaia, who angered Zeus by flooding too much land with seawater. As punishment, Zeus transformed her into a creature that sucked in and spat out enormous volumes of seawater 3 times a day. A rather extreme discipline measure, but Greek mythology was not known for proportional responses. Charybdis did not have a humanoid form. Instead, she was the sea itself, an enormous, ever-changing maw in the water. When she inhaled, ships were dragged toward her. When she exhaled, the resulting explosion of water could tear vessels apart. Sailors feared her not because she hunted them, but because she was utterly indifferent to their existence. In her, they saw the unfeeling power of nature. Between Scylla and Charybdis, the strait was nearly impossible to navigate. To sail too close to Scylla meant losing crew members. To steer toward Charybdis meant losing the entire ship. This gave rise to the enduring expression between Scylla and Charybdis, a phrase still used today to describe choosing between 2 equally unpleasant options. It is reassuring to know that even in antiquity, people struggled with difficult decisions and found monsters the perfect way to explain them. When Odysseus approached the strait, Circe advised him to sail closer to Scylla. It was, she said, better to lose a few men to Scylla than to risk losing everything to Charybdis. Odysseus followed this advice reluctantly. Greek heroes, despite their courage, were not fond of losing companions, especially after so many close calls with divine storms and giant cannibals. Nevertheless, he chose the lesser of 2 inevitable horrors. In doing so, Odysseus embodied a core theme of Greek myth. Not every danger can be defeated. Some must simply be endured with wisdom and resolve. The tale of Scylla and Charybdis also give insight into ancient Greek navigation. Sailors of the time typically kept close to coastlines, preferring the relative safety of land over the risks of open ocean. But certain straits, like that of Messina, were unavoidable. The myths reflect the knowledge of sailors passed down across generations. Cautionary tales disguised as divine monsters. Where modern mariners consult charts and weather forecasts, ancient Greeks consulted legends. The geographical accuracy of the myth is striking. The Strait of Messina does indeed produce violent whirlpools and treacherous cross-currents. Early Greek settlers encountering these waters would have struggled to understand them. Scylla, perched on the cliffs, represented jagged rocks that tore apart ships. Charybdis represented the pull of the whirlpool itself. These were not merely monsters. They were interpretations of maritime hazards before the language of science existed. Later, Greek and Roman writers expanded the myth. They described Scylla's rock towering above the water, her dog heads darting like eagles. Charybdis became increasingly monstrous, her whirlpool capable of dragging even the strongest ship down. Poets embellished these details to heighten the drama, but the core remained the same. The sea was a place of beauty and terror, generosity and danger, mystery and certainty. Scylla and Charybdis appear frequently in ancient art. Vase paintings show Odysseus' ship surrounded by curling waves, while monstrous forms loom beneath. Roman mosaics capture Scylla's dog heads emerging from her waist, each rendered with vivid teeth and snarls. Sculptors carved her as a hybrid creature, half woman, half sea beast, all peril. These artistic depictions served not only as decoration, but as cultural memory, preserving the myth for generations. Philosophers, meanwhile, used the myth symbolically. To Plato and Stoic writers, the strait represented the difficulties of life, moments where every solution carries a cost. Later thinkers interpreted Scylla as a metaphor for sudden, unexpected losses, while Charybdis symbolized slow, overwhelming collapse. The myth maintained its relevance because it captured a universal truth. Sometimes life forces us into choices that cannot be made cleanly. Despite their fearsome reputations, Scylla and Charybdis were not creatures of malice. They did not choose their roles. Scylla was a victim of jealousy and enchantment. Charybdis was the sea's hunger embodied. Together, they shaped the ancient Greek understanding of risk. They taught that prudence, preparation, and humility were essential virtues, especially for those brave enough to sail into the unknown. And so in Greek mythology, the sea is never just water. It is alive with memory, danger, wonder, and the echoes of monstrous forms. When ancient sailors felt their ships shudder near rocky cliffs, or saw waters swirling ominously beneath them, the stories of Scylla and Charybdis whispered through their minds. Not to frighten them unnecessarily, but to remind them nature is powerful, unpredictable, and deeply worthy of respect. The monsters of the sea did not exist to torment the Greeks. They existed to teach them. Through fear came caution. Through story came understanding. And even today, as ships cross those same waters with engines and charts and satellite signals, the strait still murmurs the old tale. A narrow place where beauty meets danger, where choices carry weight, and where two ancient monsters watch silently from the waves. The ancient Greeks lived in a world shaped by questions. Questions about fate, the will of the gods, and the enigmatic signs that hinted at what was yet to come. Some questions received answers in time, others received riddles, and a few, especially those involving the Sphinx and the Harpies, revealed that the universe had a habit of placing challenges precisely where one least wanted them. These creatures did not rely on brute force alone. Instead, they embodied the quiet, unsettling terror of prophecy, misunderstanding, and inevitability. The Sphinx is the starting point of this tale. Unlike her Egyptian namesake, typically portrayed as a guardian figure with a serene, monumental calm, The Greek Sphinx radiated a very different sort of energy. She was a creature of riddles, predation, and fate. With the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and the face of a woman, she perched near the gates of Thebes, where she asked travellers a single infamous question. But before we arrive at the riddle, it is worth understanding how she came to be there. According to Hesiod and later mythographers, the Sphinx was another child of Echidna and Typhon, meaning she was a sibling of Cerberus, the Hydra, and the Chimera. This family tree was, to put it lightly, complicated. Every gathering must have been an exercise in conflict management. The Sphinx was sent to Thebes by either Hera or Ares, depending on the version. Hera, in one telling, wished to punish the Thebans for their arrogance. Ares, in another, wanted to avenge a slight against one of his sacred creatures. The myths do not agree on the motive, but they do agree on the result. The Sphinx arrived, settled on a rocky outcrop, and began asking her riddle. Her question was deceptively simple. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? Those who failed to answer correctly were promptly seized and devoured. A harsh grading system, but the Sphinx was not known for leniency. The riddle, of course, describes human life, crawling as a child, walking upright in adulthood, and leaning on a cane in old age. But until Oedipus arrived, no one solved it. Some scholars believe that the Sphinx represents an older, Near Eastern tradition of lions as guardians, or winged creatures as agents of fate. Others see her as a symbol of drought or plague. But whatever her origin, her presence in Thebes turned daily life into a nerve-wracking lottery. Thebes had already been shaped by prophecy long before Oedipus arrived. Laius, the king, had been warned that his son would one day kill him. Jocasta, his queen, heard the same prophecy. In fear, they abandoned their infant son on a mountainside. Fate, however, is not impressed by attempts to outsmart it. The child survived, was adopted, grew up far away, and, after a series of unfortunate misunderstandings, killed Laius in a chance encounter on the road. The encounter with the Sphinx was Oedipus's first great triumph. He answered the riddle, and upon hearing the correct response, the Sphinx leapt from her perch and died. Whether she fell to her death out of shock, shame, or divine programming varies between poets. The important part is that Thebes was freed from her terror. But while the Sphinx's riddle is famous, what makes her truly fascinating is what she represents. In Greek mythology, monsters often guard thresholds between life and death, between ignorance and understanding, between stability and collapse. The Sphinx guarded the entrance to Thebes at a time when the city itself sat on the brink of calamity. Her riddle was not a whimsical challenge. It was a reflection of human nature, knowledge, and mortality. Beyond the Sphinx lay another class of unsettling creatures, the Harpies. Unlike the Sphinx, the Harpies had no interest in riddles. Their specialty was theft, specifically the theft of food. They were described as winged women with the bodies of birds and the tempers of creatures who had never once enjoyed a pleasant meal in peace. Their very name, Harpies, means snatchers, and they took this job extremely seriously. The Harpies appear in several myths, but their most famous story involves King Phineus, a prophet who had irritated Zeus by revealing too many secrets of the future. Punishment came not in the form of fire or lightning, but in the form of winged pests who swooped down at every meal, snatching the food from his table or defiling it so he could not eat. Imagine living life with the world's most aggressive seagulls, and you have some idea of Phineas's torment. When the Argonauts arrived during their quest for the Golden Fleece, they encountered Phineas and learned of his burden. Two of the Argonauts, Zates and Callias, the winged sons of Boreas, the North Wind, chased the Harpies across the sky. The pursuit was dramatic, filled with shrieks, gusts of wind, and the unmistakable feeling that dinner really should not be this complicated. Eventually, Iris, the rainbow messenger of the gods, intervened. She promised that the Harpies would leave Phineas alone, and the winged brothers agreed to stand down. The Harpies, though terrifying, were not malicious for the sake of malice. They were divine enforcers. Their attacks on Phineas were meant to silence him, to keep mortals from learning too much about the future. In this sense, they represent the limits imposed on human knowledge. Some things, the Greeks believed, were not meant to be known, not by mortals, and certainly not by those who might cause trouble with such knowledge. Prophecy, fate, and knowledge intertwine deeply throughout Greek myth. The Sphinx asked a question about the nature of humanity. The Harpies prevented a prophet from revealing answers about the future. Both creatures reflect the ancient belief that life is shaped not by certainty, but by the delicate balance between what we know and what we cannot know. The Greeks lived in a world full of oracles, signs, and omens. They consulted Delphi for answers about war, farming, and marriage. They examined bird flights, lightning strikes, and unusual dreams. To them, the universe was constantly speaking, but it did not always speak clearly. The Sphinx and the Harpies personified this ambiguity. They showed that knowledge came at a price, that truth could be dangerous, and that fate could not be fully avoided. In art, the Sphinx appears as a winged woman perched elegantly on a column or rock, her form both graceful and unsettling. Vase painters depict the moment Oedipus confronts her, the two figures locked in a quiet, intellectual duel. Sculptors carved her into the pediments of temples, reminding worshippers of the mysteries of life and the questions that define it. The Harpies, on the other hand, were depicted in far less glamorous fashion. They appear on pottery with sharp talons and contorted faces, swooping down from the sky like embodiments of hunger and punishment. Roman art softened them slightly, but the essential image remained: winged enforcers carrying out divine will. What unites the Sphinx and the Harpies is not only their monstrous nature, but their function. They are guardians of boundaries between knowledge and ignorance, between life and death, between hubris and humility. They are reminders that, in Greek myth, the greatest dangers are often subtle. A riddle unanswered, a secret overheard, a truth revealed too early. Their stories also reflect the fragility of human understanding. Oedipus answered the riddle of the Sphinx, but he could not solve the riddle of his own life. Phineas glimpsed too much of the future, but he could not protect himself from the consequences. Knowledge, in Greek myth, is powerful but perilous, and so the Sphinx watches from her cliff, and the Harpies swoop from the skies. They linger at the edges of ancient imagination, not as beasts to be slain in battle, but as symbols of the mysteries that shape human existence. The Greeks understood that monsters do not always roar. Sometimes they whisper. Sometimes they question. Sometimes they take the very thing you need most. In the stories of the Sphinx and the Harpies, terror comes not from claws or fangs, but from the quiet truth that fate is never fully within our control. It is this subtle, intellectual fear, the fear of what we do not yet know, that gave these creatures their enduring power. And it is this fear, wrapped in myth and shadow, that still echoes softly whenever we face the unknown. Before the thunder of Zeus, before the affairs of mortals and gods, before temples rose and sacrifices burned on polished altars, there was only chaos. Not the sort of chaos one finds in a teenager's bedroom or the British Parliament on a bad day. No, this was primordial chaos, the first thing to exist, according to the ancient Greeks. A vast and formless expanse, or rather the very absence of form altogether. Not a swirling, dramatic storm of energy, but an empty, silent chasm. A cosmic shrug. One could hardly point to it and say, "Ah, yes, there's the beginning of everything," and yet that's exactly what it was. The Greeks didn't concern themselves with tidy origin stories. Their myths were like their wine, strong, dark, and prone to making you question reality. So out of this chaos, this yawning void, things simply began to appear. Not with a bang, but more of an eternal unfolding. First came Gaia, Earth herself. She wasn't born into the world. She was the world. Hills, valleys, rivers, forests, all of these would emerge from her form. Gaia wasn't just a mother figure. She was the ultimate matriarch, fertile, vast, and as we'll come to see, not one to be trifled with. She was life's first foundation, firm beneath our feet, even before there were feet to stand on. Next came Tartarus, the deep abyss. Not hell, not exactly, though later myths would retrofit it as such. Tartarus was more like the basement of reality. Far beneath Gaia's surface, darker than night, it would one day serve as the prison for divine rebels. But for now, it simply was. A brooding echo beneath the burgeoning cosmos. Then arrived Eros. Not the cherubic Valentine with his love arrows, but a far older, more abstract force. This Eros was the glue that bound things together. He was the drive toward creation, the principle of attraction that made Gaia fertile, that gave form to the formless. Without Eros, chaos would have stayed, well, chaotic. With him, the universe took its first breath. From chaos also came Nyx, the night, shrouded in darkness and mystery, older than any god to come. A figure of deep reverence and even fear. It was said that even mighty Zeus would think twice before crossing her. Alongside her emerged Erebus, the darkness of the underworld, not malevolent, simply unlit. Nyx and Erebus together birthed a host of shadowy offspring. Hypnos, sleep. Thanatos, death. Moros, doom. Nemesis, retribution, and others with names fit for Gothic novels. These primordial beings weren't quite deities as we understand them. They weren't the kind to pop down in disguise and seduce a shepherd. They were concepts, forces. Personified, yes, but barely anthropomorphic. They were nature before nature got poetic. Gaia, however, had other plans. She decided it was time for company. And so, without a partner, as one might plant a garden alone, she gave birth to Uranus, the sky. He was no bearded fellow reclining on a cloud. Uranus was the entire dome of heaven, stretching over Gaia in an eternal embrace. The ancients believed the sky was a physical object, a solid firmament. One could imagine Uranus as a kind of divine lid, snugly fitted over Earth. Together, Gaia and Uranus began to populate the universe. Not with trees and birds, but with beings, their children, the first true generation of gods, the Titans. There were 12 of them in the classic canon. Oceanus, who encircled the earth with his watery arms. Hyperion, light-bringer, and father of the sun, moon, and dawn. Coeus and Creus, whose names are now mostly known to crossword solvers. The wise Themis, goddess of natural law and order. Mnemosyne, memory incarnate. Phoebe, shining intellect. And Rhea, mother-to-be of gods. Then there was Kronos, the youngest, sharpest, and arguably the most dangerous of the lot. But Gaia's fertility didn't stop with the Titans. She and Uranus also birthed the Cyclopes, enormous, one-eyed smiths with a flair for forging storms, and the Hecatonchires, beings of such absurd design that they defy cinematic adaptation. Each had 50 heads and 100 arms. Imagine trying to find gloves for them. Uranus, oddly squeamish for a cosmic being, was repulsed by his less conventional offspring. He deemed them monstrous and, in what can only be described as divine repression, stuffed them back into Gaia. Not metaphorically, physically, into her. One imagines this was less than comfortable. Gaia, for all her patience, was not a passive being. She groaned beneath the strain, quite literally, and eventually decided enough was enough. She forged a great sickle out of flint, one of the few available materials in a universe still under construction. Then, in hushed tones, she called upon her Titan sons to rise against their father. Only one answered her call, Kronos, clever Kronos, ambitious Kronos, the youngest of the Titans, and most willing to get his hands, or rather his sickle, dirty. Under cover of night, Kronos lay in wait. As Uranus descended to embrace Gaia, Kronos struck. With a swift, merciless motion, he castrated the sky. Yes, this is not metaphor. The Greeks were vivid in their storytelling. No room for subtle symbolism here. From the blood of Uranus, spilled upon Gaia, sprang the Furies, agents of vengeance. Also the giants, those hulking foes of later gods, and the liye, nymphs of the ash trees, a strangely gentle addition to the otherwise blood-soaked harvest. Uranus's severed appendage tumbled into the sea. From the churning foam that followed, out emerged Aphrodite, beautiful, radiant, and a goddess who, paradoxically, owed her existence to an act of dismemberment. Greek mythology, it seems, finds no contradiction between beauty and butchery. With Uranus overthrown, Kronos took the throne of the cosmos. The Titans were now in charge, and Kronos married his sister Rhea. Again, divine family trees often twist in on themselves like ivy on a ruined temple. The two presided over what later generations would call the Golden Age, a time before suffering, war, or want. A time without humans, mind you, but a pleasant enough era for the gods. But peace in myth is a fragile thing. Kronos, like his father, grew wary. Uranus had warned him, in his last pained utterance, that one day a child of Kronos would rise to overthrow him, just as he had done. The seed of paranoia was planted, and it bore bitter fruit. So, Kronos devised a preventative strategy, one that lacked both compassion and nutritional value. Each time Rhea bore him a child, he swallowed it, whole. One by one, their offspring, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon, were devoured. Not killed, just tucked away inside their father. Kronos became less a ruler and more a walking nursery. But we'll come to that tale in the next chapter. Before we leave the dawn of the cosmos behind, it's worth considering the underlying meaning of these stories. Myth is not mere entertainment. It's philosophy in sandals. Uranus's overthrow is more than divine patricide. It's the triumph of change over stasis. Gaia's rebellion speaks to the endurance of the earth, the refusal of the feminine to be silenced. Kronos, the god of time, becomes a cautionary tale. Even time itself cannot outrun destiny. These myths also echo across cultures. The Hittites told of Kamabi, who overthrew the sky god Anu by biting off his genitals. Yes, again with the genitals. The Babylonians sang of Marduk's battle with Tiamat, the monstrous matriarch of chaos. In each case, the old order is torn down to make way for the new. It's no coincidence that these tales emerge from early civilizations grappling with power, with the rise and fall of kings, the cycles of rule and rebellion. In myth, we see the blueprint of monarchy, revolution, and even generational trauma, drawn with the bold lines of legend. And so, the stage is set. The Titans now stride across the world, vast and brilliant, embodiments of natural force and cosmic order. Humanity has not yet arrived. Olympus is but a dream. The gods, such as they are, act more like living laws of nature than characters with personalities. But even now, the cycle has begun. Kronos has overthrown his father, and in turn he will be overthrown. Because in every age, in every myth, the same truth waits quietly in the wings. Time devours all. The reign of Kronos was, by all ancient accounts, a rather fine time. If you weren't one of his children, that is. To most, it was the Golden Age, an era when the earth yielded its bounty freely. Seasons were gentle, and mortals, if they existed at all, didn't suffer from taxes, back pain, or unsolicited oracles. There were no wars, no crime, and best of all, no gods sniping at each other from hilltops. It was a time before law was needed, because so the myth claims, no one did wrong. One imagines it was a bit like an eternal Sunday afternoon, without the tea shortage. But under the surface of this peace was an anxiety, not of the world but of its ruler. Kronos, Titan of time, king of all that existed, had a problem. He'd become his father. Now, to Kronos' credit, he had overthrown Uranus for the crimes of cruelty and repression. But as is often the case in myth and monarchy alike, the rebel becomes the tyrant as soon as the crown touches his brow. Kronos had heard a prophecy, not from some mountain-dwelling oracle or mysterious old crone with a tea kettle, but from his own wounded father, Uranus, who, in his post-castration wisdom and bitterness, muttered that one day a child of Kronos would rise up and overthrow him. This, it turns out, is the sort of thing that sticks in one's mind. And so, Kronos decided on what can only be described as a unique parenting technique: swallowing his children. Each time his wife and sister, because in myth those are often the same person, Rhea bore him a child, Kronos opened wide and gulped the baby down whole. No chewing, no remorse, just one big divine gulp, like oysters, only more sentient. First came Hestia, goddess of the hearth and home, then Demeter, the future grain goddess, then Hera, queen-to-be of Olympus, followed by Hades and Poseidon, gods of the underworld and the sea, respectively. One by one, each was swallowed and tucked away inside Kronos' belly. It's not entirely clear what accommodations existed within his divine digestive tract, but rest assured they were still alive. Rhea understandably grew weary of this arrangement. One can forgive her hesitation to complain outright. Kronos had, after all, just overthrown a tyrant father by sickle. But after the fifth divine devouring, even the most long-suffering titaness would begin to draw the line. So, when she became pregnant for the sixth time, she sought help. Not from Kronos, obviously, and not from the local Titan HR department, but from Gaia, her own mother. The original Earth Mother, as always, had a plan. When the time came for the child to be born, Rhea travelled in secret to the island of Crete, a land which, in myth, always seems to be the go-to destination for divine child hiding. There, in a cave atop Mount Ida, she gave birth to her final son, Zeus. To deceive Kronos, Rhea swaddled a stone in cloth, a convincingly baby-shaped bundle, and presented it to him as the newborn. Kronos, ever the efficient cannibal, swallowed it whole, no questions asked. Whether this says more about his parenting or his taste in minerals is unclear. Thus Zeus was hidden away, raised in secret in the Cretan cave, some say by nymphs, others by a goat named Amalthea, whose milk nourished him. The story varies depending on which poet you ask, but the essentials remain. The future king of the gods was nursed on wild honey, mountain air, and presumably a sense of destiny. To keep his cries hidden, a band of warriors known as the Karettes danced and clashed their shields, drowning out the infant's wails. It's a rare instance of interpretive dance being used as a military defense system. Meanwhile, back in the divine stomach, Kronos carried on, utterly unaware that his demise was, quite literally, brewing outside of him. Now let us take a brief detour. For while the Titans and their broods battled among themselves, it's worth noting what the Greeks believed about the broader world. The gods weren't remote beings in the sky. They were present, interwoven into the very fabric of nature and time. Trees whispered with dryads. Rivers flowed with naiads. Every breeze, every storm, every flicker of fire had divine presence. Time, as embodied by Kronos, wasn't just a ticking clock. He was time. His rule, therefore, represented not just power, but inevitability. He could not be reasoned with or escaped. And so the idea that he would be overthrown by his own offspring reflected not merely the cyclical nature of power, but the deeper fear that even time itself must give way. Back on Crete, Zeus grew tall, strong, and, unlike his Titan kin, with a flair for the dramatic. When he reached maturity, he returned to challenge his father, but not with brute force alone. First, he employed cunning. Depending on the version of the myth you prefer, and the Greeks had several, Zeus enlisted the help of Metis, a goddess of wisdom, who gave Kronos an emetic potion. Not quite poetic justice, but close. Kronos, after drinking this divine ipecac, vomited up his children in reverse order. First came the stone, still wrapped in its baby blanket, then Poseidon, Hades, Hera, Demeter, and finally Hestia, each emerging full-grown and presumably rather displeased about the whole ordeal. Now reunited, the 6 children of Kronos did not go quietly into exile or therapy. No, they declared war. A great, terrible, decade-long war. The Titanomachy would now begin. But that's a tale for the next chapter. For the moment we must pause and consider what this chapter of myth tells us. The swallowing of children, ghastly though it sounds, is an ancient metaphor, one that pops up in multiple cultures. In Mesopotamian myths, older gods are consumed or imprisoned by younger ones. In Vedic tales, gods are born, hidden, and returned in cycles. It all reflects the same truth. The younger generation is both a hope and a threat. Each new child represents the end of their parents' reign. Power, after all, is temporary, and no one knows this better than the gods. In the myth of Kronos, we also find the seeds of time itself being defined. His very name, Kronos, later becomes conflated with Kronos, the personification of time. They were likely originally separate figures, but myth, like rivers, tends to merge its tributaries. Kronos becomes time, and what does time do, if not consume all things? And yet, time also creates. From the belly of Kronos emerged the future gods of Olympus, not dead, but preserved, waiting. Time devoured them, but also made their return inevitable. A rather elegant metaphor for cycles, rebirth, and revolutions, don't you think? One final note on that stone baby. According to later myths, Zeus placed the swaddled rock at Delphi, the sacred centre of the world, as a marker. It became known as the omphalos, or navel of the world, a sort of cosmic belly button, if you will. Pilgrims would journey to see it, a literal rock wrapped in myth, representing the moment the cosmos began to shift. So ends the brief, uneasy reign of Kronos as supreme ruler. He who tried to escape fate by devouring his children, only to be undone by one he never truly met. One could almost pity him if he weren't such a profoundly unpleasant father figure. Now the stage is set. The Titans on one side, ancient, vast, and rooted in the primal forces of the world, and on the other, the Olympians, younger, bolder, and very much in the mood to cause a bit of chaos. The battle between them will shake the very bones of the earth. Mountains will crumble, seas will boil, and the sky itself will tremble. But that, as always, is a story for another time. For now, we leave our young Zeus, triumphant in his first great act, standing at the edge of war, with lightning in his blood and rebellion in his heart. The old order has been challenged. The storm is coming. And Kronos, poor, unfortunate Kronos, is left to wonder how it all went so wrong. War had never come to the cosmos before. Until now, divine disputes were more in the realm of poetic drama than actual combat. Kronos overthrew Uranus in a single gruesome act, more surgery than skirmish, and the rest of the Titans merely nodded along, perhaps relieved to be free of a father who treated his children like unruly houseplants. But when Zeus freed his siblings from Kronos' divine digestive tract, something shifted. For the first time in history, such as it was, two generations of gods stood in opposition. And this was no family disagreement over who forgot to sacrifice properly at the winter solstice. This was war, capital W, the kind sung of by poets with blood in their throats and dust on their lyres. On one side stood the Titans, ancient, elemental, vast. They embodied the raw forces of the world, the endless ocean, the bright sun, the turning heavens. Powerful, yes, but also set in their ways. They were accustomed to being worshipped, or at the very least not interrupted. On the other side were the Olympians, younger, hungrier, and armed with a sense of destiny so potent it could curdle milk. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades led the charge, bolstered by their sisters, Hera, Demeter, and Hestia, and a growing band of divine allies. These were not primordial abstractions, but gods with personalities, ambitions, and the sort of confidence only found in immortals who'd never paid rent. The war is known as the Titanomachy, a word best pronounced with a stiff drink. It means Battle of the Titans, though that hardly captures the scale. This wasn't merely a squabble over succession. It was a seismic rupture in the fabric of creation. Mountains shattered, rivers reversed, the very heavens quaked, the the battleground? Thessaly, according to tradition, though given the scope of the conflict, one imagines it spilled well beyond the map. For 10 years the war raged. Neither side gained a clear advantage. The Titans fought from Mount Ophrys, a gloomy peak befitting their age and gravity. The Olympians meanwhile took Mount Olympus, smaller at the time, but destined to become the celestial penthouse suite. It was a standstill. A divine cold war turned hot. Lightning clashed against stone, earthquakes thundered beneath the sea, and the skies rang with the clash of immortal arms. But the Titans, for all their strength, had a weakness. They lacked innovation. Their power was ancient, but static. The Olympians, however, adapted. They were learning, evolving. And soon they would find the allies they needed to tip the balance. Enter Gaia, again. The primordial matriarch, always watching, always intervening at just the right moment. Perhaps she favoured her grandson Zeus. Perhaps she merely enjoyed a bit of chaos now and then. Regardless, she revealed a crucial truth. The Titans could be defeated, but only if the Olympians enlisted those who had once been betrayed by Kronos, the Hecatonchires and the Cyclopes. You remember them? The 100-handed ones and the single-eyed smiths, exiled by Uranus, imprisoned by Kronos, and now languishing in the depths of Tartarus. Not exactly ideal allies, but desperate wars call for desperate resurrections. Zeus, never one to miss an opportunity, descended into the abyss. He fought his way past the guardian monsters and cracked open the prison doors. The Cyclopes, in gratitude, forged weapons for their liberators. To Zeus they gave the thunderbolt, to Poseidon the trident, and to Hades the helm of darkness, which rendered its wearer invisible and, if legend holds, quite smug. Armed with these new tools, and with 100 arms hurling boulders and trees like javelins, the Olympians turned the tide. Now, imagine the battlefield. The air thick with divine energy. Lightning bolts arcing across the sky like angry comets. Massive rocks soaring through the heavens like bowling balls launched from catapults. Trees uprooted, mountains gouged. And in the centre, Zeus. No longer the hidden babe of Crete, but a storm god incarnate, flinging thunder as though it were a family sport. Kronos, to his credit, fought back with grim determination. He wielded the sickle that had unmade Uranus. The Titans, towering and terrible, rallied around him. Atlas, Hyperion, Iapetus, and the rest. But age was against them, in every sense. This was not their world anymore. In the decisive battle, said to have lasted for days without pause, Zeus unleashed his full fury. The sky cracked open, flames poured from the earth, and at last the Titans began to fall. Defeated, the male Titans were cast down into Tartarus, imprisoned behind adamantine gates, guarded by the newly freed Hecatonchires, who had apparently found their calling as celestial prison wardens. Kronos, their leader, was bound and vanished into mythic obscurity. Later traditions would relocate him to the Isle of the Blessed, ruling peacefully over the dead, or even reframe him as a god of harvest and peace, a sort of divine retirement plan. The female Titans, Rhea, Themis, Mnemosyne, and others, were spared, perhaps out of respect, or perhaps because Zeus had no quarrel with them. They were, after all, the bearers of law, memory, and fate, concepts even the new gods dared not cross. One Titan, however, received a special punishment: Atlas. For his part in the rebellion, Zeus condemned him to hold up the heavens, not the earth, as is often misrepresented by marble statues and gym logos. but the sky itself. Forever. A solitary figure at the edge of the world, muscles straining against the dome of heaven. No end. No relief. The original upper body workout. With the Titans vanquished, the age of the Olympians began, but power, as ever, comes with its burdens. Zeus, now king, divided the cosmos with his brothers. To himself he claimed the sky, to Poseidon the sea, and to Hades the underworld. Not hell, but a shadowy realm where the dead dwelt, attended by ghosts, dreams, and the occasional hero with a death wish. Earth, meanwhile, remained neutral territory, shared dominion. A realm of mortals, myths, and meddling. And with order restored, the gods took up residence on Mount Olympus. Not just a peak, but a palace. A place of cloud-wreathed halls, golden thrones, ambrosia feasts, and the sort of drama usually reserved for dynastic soap operas. Yet not all wounds were healed. Gaia, once again displeased, perhaps by the harsh punishment of her Titan sons, gave birth to a new challenger, Typhon. But that, as you might guess, is a tale for another chapter. Let us pause then and consider the meaning of this mythic war. The Titanomachy is not merely a tale of violence. It is a symbolic clash between old and new, between the static and the dynamic, between the timeless forces of nature and the personality-driven caprice of gods. The Titans represent order and inevitability, the sun rising, the ocean flowing, the stars spinning. The Olympians, on the other hand, represent change, passion, rebellion, very human traits for immortal beings. In Greek thought, this war is the moment when the universe stopped being abstract and became personal. The Titans were powerful, yes, but they didn't interfere in the affairs of mortals. The Olympians would meddle, punish, reward, and fall in love with alarming regularity. They were, in short, gods made in man's image, and that made them both relatable and terrifying. Historically, the Titanomachy reflects ancient cultural shifts. Some scholars have seen it as an echo of the transition from older pre-Hellenic deities to the Olympian pantheon, a kind of religious rebranding. Others note similarities to Near Eastern myths, where younger gods overthrow primordial beings in messy cosmic coups. But the enduring appeal lies in its drama, the idea that even gods must struggle, that even the mightiest can fall, and that victory often comes not from brute force, but from strategy, unity, and a timely bit of vomit. It is also a reminder of the Greek genius for storytelling. They gave us gods who are flawed, noble, petty, and profound. Gods who fight, laugh, weep, and seduce. And from the rubble of war, they built a cosmos not of abstract principles, but of characters. And so, as the dust settles over Mount Othrys, as Tartarus echoes with the groans of fallen titans, and Olympus shines with the light of a new regime, we find ourselves at the threshold of a new world. But as the gods take their thrones, they inherit more than power. They inherit prophecy, pride, and the seeds of their own undoing. Because if history has taught us anything, and Greek myth is, if nothing else, a very dramatic history, it's that no reign is eternal, not even for the gods. The war was over. The Titans had fallen. Their great thunder had been silenced, and their once vast thrones crumbled beneath the weight of time and justice. Or what passed for justice when administered by gods with suspiciously personal vendettas. Zeus and his siblings now ruled. From their glittering perch atop Mount Olympus, they looked down upon a cosmos that was, if not entirely tidy, at least properly organized. Kronos had been cast into Tartarus. The Titan throne room on Mount Othrys lay in ruin. The Cyclopes returned to their forges, and the Hecatonchires, bless their many hands, got steady employment as prison guards. A rare success story in divine rehabilitation. But if you think peace followed triumph, you've clearly never read a Greek myth. Zeus, now king of the gods, was not content merely to wear the crown and hold thunderbolts like a celestial javelin team captain. No, he faced a problem that has plagued every ruler from the Bronze Age to boardrooms: legitimacy. It's one thing to win power, it's quite another to keep it. And somewhere beneath the triumphant roar of Olympus, an ancient whisper persisted. Prophecy. Gaia and Uranus, those primordial sages, had once warned Kronos that he would be overthrown by his child. That prophecy came true, in spectacular stomach-churning fashion. But as fate, irony, and perhaps genetics would have it, Kronos' successor, Zeus, found himself the target of an eerily similar prediction, that he, too, would one day be overthrown by his own child. Now, Zeus, not being an idiot, took this very seriously. He had just staged an entire cosmic war to dethrone his father. The last thing he wanted was to go the way of Uranus and Kronos, dethroned, dismembered, or digested. So he did what many insecure tyrants have done before, and since. He tried to preempt fate. This is where the myth takes an interesting turn. You see, Zeus had many consorts: immortals, mortals, nymphs, the occasional shape-shifting cloud. His romantic curriculum vitae was extensive. But one goddess stood out: Metis. Metis wasn't merely lovely, she was clever. Her name literally means wisdom, or cunning counsel. She was the daughter of Oceanus and Tethys, making her an Oceanid, and one of the original deities associated with practical intelligence. Metis didn't just know things, she understood them. A dangerous trait in a mate, if one happens to be haunted by prophecy. So, when Metis became pregnant with Zeus's child, his fears were confirmed by another oracle. The child she bore would one day surpass him. And to make matters worse, the child after that, Metis' second child, would be a son mighty enough to overthrow even the mighty storm god. Zeus did not take this news well. Naturally, he did what any rational, omnipotent being would do in this situation. He swallowed her. Yes, after tricking her with flattery and, we assume, some impressive dinner conversation, Zeus opened wide and consumed his pregnant lover whole. This, in the realm of mythology, is not considered the end of a relationship. If anything, it was the beginning of one of the strangest births in divine history. Now, this act of divine ingestion was not without precedent. Recall that Kronos once swallowed his own children in a misguided attempt at family planning. But where Kronos digested, Zeus assimilated. Metis didn't perish. She lived inside him, whispering, advising, plotting perhaps. And the child? Well, she didn't stop growing. Eventually, Zeus began to suffer. Headaches, to be specific. Not your ordinary stress-induced migraines, but blinding, splitting, cosmically excruciating pain, as if an idea were trying to claw its way out of his skull, which in a sense it was. Desperate for relief, Zeus called upon Hephaestus, his smithing son, though in some versions it's Prometheus, or even Hermes who holds the axe. Whichever assistant you prefer, the solution was gloriously simple and violently theatrical. They split Zeus's head open with a bronze axe. From the wound sprang Athena, fully grown, clad in armour, brandishing a spear, and letting loose a triumphant battle cry that reportedly echoed across heaven and earth. It was, to put it mildly, a memorable entrance. Athena became one of the most revered deities of the Greek pantheon, goddess of wisdom, warfare, of the strategic variety, crafts, and city life. She was, in many ways, the ideal Olympian, born of power and wisdom, loyal to her father, and wholly uninterested in rebellion. She would never attempt to overthrow Zeus. In a neat bit of mythological judo, the prophecy had been fulfilled and diffused. The child had emerged, but not as a threat. Still, the fear of usurpation remained embedded in Zeus's divine psyche. He had seen it happen twice before. Perhaps that's why he ruled with such flair, a mix of charm and tyranny, benevolence and thunderous wrath. He could be a protector of oaths and the punisher of perjurers, a lover of justice and a champion of questionable seductions. Now, while Zeus fretted about fate and fatherhood, the other Olympians were busy expanding their portfolios. Poseidon ruled the sea, but not without conflict. He jostled with other gods over dominion of coastal cities. Athens, most famously, where he lost a divine talent contest to his niece Athena. His gift, a saltwater spring, or a warhorse depending on the version, was outshone by Athena's olive tree. The Athenians, practical folk, chose olives, and Athena got a city. Hades, meanwhile, withdrew to his gloomy kingdom. Despite being cast as the villain in later tales, he was perhaps the most dutiful of the trio. His realm was orderly, bound by law, and surprisingly clean. He rarely ventured out, though when he did, it caused no small amount of trouble, as we'll see with a certain daughter of Demeter. Demeter herself, goddess of agriculture, tended to the fertility of the earth. Hestia kept the hearth burning, and Hera, ever regal, became queen of the gods. Though married to Zeus, her tolerance for his extracurricular activities was limited. Her jealousies, while infamous, were not without reason. She was the goddess of marriage, after all. It must have stung when her own was a soap opera. And so Olympus flourished in its dramatic, dysfunctional way. But even as the gods built palaces and shaped destinies, the world was not finished shifting. You see, Gaia, again, was not pleased. Her sons, the Titans, were still imprisoned. Tartarus groaned beneath their weight, and Gaia, who had borne Uranus, who had suckled the Titans, who had helped overthrow 2 generations of rulers, now stirred with fresh indignation. She gave birth to a new child, not a Titan, not a god, a monster. His name was Typhon. If the Titanomachy was a war of gods, what followed was something far more primal. Typhon was a being of chaos, born to unmake what Zeus had built. Towering, serpentine, with 100 dragon heads and a voice of many beasts, he was the very embodiment of fear and fury. But that is a tale for the next breath, the next thunderclap. For now, we leave Olympus in its uneasy peace, a mountain crowned with glory, yet haunted by prophecy, betrayal, and the distant rustling of wings. And in this fragile calm, one lesson persists. Power in Greek mythology is never inherited without cost. It must be seized, defended, and above all, outwitted. The gods are not static deities on high, but creatures of conflict and complexity. And though the Titans had fallen, their story was not quite done. Because even in defeat, the old powers whisper through the cracks of the world, waiting, as all fallen empires do, for a chance to rise. It begins, as so many grand tales do, with an uneasy peace and a gathering storm. Cronus, king of the Titans, ruler of time and devourer of his own offspring, had done everything in his power to preserve his reign. But fate, that most stubborn of forces, had other plans. And Zeus, the child he had so thoroughly attempted to avoid, was now a grown god, strong, clever, and not at all inclined to thank his father for the years his siblings had spent in the gastric dark. The Titanomachy, a word that really rolls off the tongue once you've practiced, was the great war between the elder gods, the Titans, and the young upstarts, the Olympians. It would span 10 years, shaking the foundations of the cosmos itself, and it would mark the end of one divine age and the beginning of another. Let's set the scene. After Zeus had tricked Cronus into vomiting up his siblings, a gruesome but oddly satisfying family reunion, the 6 children of Cronus and Rhea stood united: Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, Hestia, Demeter, and Hera. Quite the divine ensemble, though at this point they were more scrappy revolutionaries than polished gods. Think less Westminster robes and more French resistance, divine addition. Cronus, of course, was less than pleased to see his children hale, hearty, and not at all inclined to forgive him. But he wasn't alone. He summoned his Titan brothers and sisters, rallying them to his cause. After all, they'd ruled the cosmos since the defeat of Uranus, and the idea of handing over their power to these impudent young gods was simply undignified. On one side stood the Titans, led by Cronus and bolstered by powerful allies: Atlas, the general; Coeus, the inquisitor; Iapetus, the bringer of mortality; and Oceanus, who wisely kept to himself and his rivers; Switzerland in the coming storm. Some Titanesses also remained neutral or distant, perhaps sensing which way the wind was blowing. On the other side were the Olympians, who, let's be honest, were underdogs. Young, relatively inexperienced, and lacking the sheer primordial force of the Titans. But Zeus had something Cronus never could quite grasp: strategy, allies, and a knack for turning chaos into advantage. He also had brothers who weren't above a bit of trickery, and sisters with the brains to match. Now, as myth would have it, the war wasn't fought with swords and shields in any conventional sense. Instead, it was an all-out metaphysical brawl. Mountains hurled like pebbles, thunderbolts cracking through the sky, earthquakes, storms, rivers torn from their beds. Imagine a cosmic version of a rock concert, where each drumbeat causes tectonic plates to shift. Zeus, ever the ambitious son, knew he needed more than just brute force. So, he did what many generals throughout history have done. He broke into prison and recruited the roughest lot he could find. Deep in Tartarus, his grandfather Uranus had imprisoned the Cyclopes and Hecatoncheires, monstrous children of Gaia and Uranus, cast away for being rather aesthetically unpleasing. Now, the Cyclopes, those one-eyed smiths, weren't merely brute muscle. They were artisans, master craftsmen. It was they who forged Zeus's thunderbolts, Poseidon's trident, and Hades' helmet of invisibility. Rather generous, really, considering they'd spent aeons in divine solitary confinement. The Hecatoncheires, meanwhile, were creatures with 50 heads and 100 arms each. Not ideal for fine motor tasks, but excellent for flinging boulders at enemy fortresses. With them on the front line, the tide began to turn. It's worth noting that the Olympians' tactic here, recruiting the marginalized and weaponizing them, is not unlike many human revolutions throughout history. The French Revolution, the Haitian Rebellion, even bits of the Bolshevik rise echo this mythic pattern. the excluded become the decisive factor. Myth reflects history, or perhaps vice versa. The war raged across the land of Thessaly, specifically the region around Mount Ophrys, the Titan's stronghold, and Mount Olympus, the base of the younger gods. You might picture Olympus as the divine penthouse suite, but at this stage it was more bunker than palace. The battlefield was not confined to the earth. The sky itself echoed with thunder. The seas boiled with Poseidon's wrath. The underworld trembled at Hades' command. And through it all, Gaia, the Earth Mother, groaned beneath the weight of divine rage. At times, Gaia herself seemed to rebel. Her children, on both sides, were tearing her apart. In later myths, she would birth Typhon in response to this agony, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Zeus proved to be a leader unlike Cronus. He delegated, a skill many monarchs never master. He led assaults, rallied his siblings, and coordinated his allies. Poseidon split the seas to strike at Titan strongholds. Hades used his helmet to infiltrate enemy lines, causing chaos and confusion. Hera and Demeter served as logisticians and strategists, keeping the Olympian effort organised and sustained. It wasn't just brawn, it was brains. And slowly, the Titans began to falter. The moment of decisive shift came when the Hecatoncheires hurled 1,000 boulders in a single barrage, smashing through the defences of Mount Ophrys. The sheer magnitude of destruction was mythologized as the breaking of the sky. Cronus, for all his cunning and power, realized the end was near. His forces fractured. Some Titans fled. Others, like Iapetus and Creus, fought to the bitter end. But loyalty has limits, especially when your enemy has a thunderbolt and 100 armed giant on his side. Cronus was captured. Atlas, who had led the Titan army, was singled out for special punishment. The Titans as a whole were banished to Tartarus, a deep pit beneath the underworld, darker and more dreadful than any human hell. There they would remain, guarded by the Hecatoncheires. Poetic, really, given that the very beings they once imprisoned now stood guard over them. Zeus had triumphed, but his victory came not merely through strength. It was adaptability, persuasion, and a keen understanding of mythic momentum that crowned him king. Now, the Titanomachy isn't just a mythic civil war. It's a pattern, a symbolic tale of generational overthrow. You'll find echoes of it in Norse mythology, with the Vanir and Aesir. In Babylonian myths, where Marduk rises against Tiamat. Even in Shakespeare's plays, we hear the same tension, old orders versus new ideas. In Hesiod's Theogony, this war is not only the climax of a cosmic soap opera, it is a meditation on the inevitability of change. The Titans represent the raw, untamed power of nature, primordial, ancient, and unconcerned with mortal affairs. The Olympians, by contrast, embody a more structured cosmos. They have temples, they have priests, they have rules, sometimes bent, often broken, but there nonetheless. Historically, some scholars suggest the Titanomachy may reflect real cultural shifts. Perhaps the arrival of new Indo-European religious systems supplanting older, pre-Hellenic earth goddess traditions. Others read it as pure allegory. Time devours its children, but wisdom, Zeus, prevails. Whichever lens one peers through, the story endures because it is so utterly human. Fathers and sons, rebellion and rule, fear of obsolescence and the audacity of youth. With the Titans defeated and imprisoned, the cosmos stood at a crossroads. For the first time, the universe wasn't ruled by abstract personifications of nature, but by gods with personalities, flaws, families, and, if we're honest, rather more drama than might be strictly necessary. Zeus and his brothers divided the world between them. Zeus took the sky, Poseidon the sea, and Hades, always the short straw, was given the underworld. The earth was shared, though Zeus, being Zeus, tended to treat shared as a suggestion. And so the Olympian age began. But peace, as we'll see, never lasts long in myth. Not when gods are involved. Still, for now, the thunder quieted. The earth stopped shaking. And somewhere in the vast gloom of Tartarus, Cronus brooded in silence, defeated by his own prophecy, and his own son. History, myth, and family dinners, it seems, all share the same lesson. Never underestimate the children. With the Titans hurled into the shadowy depths of Tartarus, their mighty limbs bound in chains, forged by the Cyclopes and the Hecatonchires, watching over them like the world's most enthusiastic prison guards. The Olympians might have been forgiven for expecting a well-earned rest. After all, a 10-year divine war tends to take the spark out of anyone. But this, dear listener, is mythology. And if there's one lesson to take from it, it's that peace is never more than a brief pause before the next calamity. Zeus now ruled from Mount Olympus, a lofty perch indeed, and began to lay the groundwork for the cosmos as we've come to understand it. Ordered, hierarchical, slightly theatrical. With his brothers Poseidon and Hades, he divided the realms. Zeus claimed the sky, Poseidon the sea, and Hades, with the weary acceptance of a younger sibling denied first pick, took the underworld. The earth, that ever-suffering neutral ground, remained shared, though one suspects Zeus took the lion's share when no one was looking. But ruling a world is one thing. Maintaining order among gods, who possess not only egos the size of mountains, but also the capacity to level said mountains with a glance. That's quite another. The Olympians, you see, were a fractious bunch, full of rivalries, grudges, and deeply dramatic love lives. If the Titans had been raw forces of nature, the Olympians were very much soap opera stars with divine powers. Petty, powerful, and often spectacularly self-involved. Still, for a time, Zeus managed to keep things together. The cosmos settled into its new structure. Mortals began to populate the earth in greater numbers, though their place in the divine story was still somewhat peripheral. Pawns, really, in the feuds and flirtations of the gods. These early humans, barely more than upright shadows in Hesiod's vision, looked up to the gods with awe and fear, and occasionally served as collateral damage in divine disagreements. But there was someone who was not content with the new order, someone ancient, rooted deep in the very bones of the world, someone with a rather personal grudge against both Titans and Olympians alike. Her name was Gaia. Gaia, the earth herself, mother of the Titans, grandmother of the Olympians, and the one who had once urged Cronus to rebel against Uranus, found herself watching the same cycle play out again. And this time, she was not impressed. Cronus had become just as tyrannical as Uranus. Zeus had overthrown him in much the same way, and now Zeus, for all his charm and thunderbolts, was following the same path, becoming the very thing he had fought to replace. One could almost hear her sigh through the rustling leaves. So Gaia, ever fertile in both body and vengeance, decided the new gods needed a reminder that even the mighty must bow before the truly ancient. And so she gave birth, again, not to a brood of gods or nymphs or pleasant earth spirits, but to a monster. Not just any monster, mind you. This was Typhon. If the Titans were the mountains of the world, Typhon was the volcanic eruption, the earthquake, the hurricane. He was said to be taller than the tallest peak, with 100 serpentine heads that hissed and screamed in every known language, and a few best left untranslated. His eyes shot flames, his voice could shatter mountains, and from his waist down he was a mass of coiling vipers. In other words, he was not someone you'd invite to dinner, unless the meal involved panic and the collapse of civilization. Now, Typhon wasn't alone. Alongside him was Echidna, his mate, half woman, half snake, and together they would spawn some of the most terrifying creatures in Greek mythology. Cerberus, the three-headed hound, the chimera with her lion-goat-serpent triad, the multi-headed hydra of Lerna, and the cunning Sphinx. This delightful family portrait of monstrosities would terrorize mortals and heroes for generations to come. One might say they were the mythological version of the in-laws no one wanted. But before any of those nightmares arrived, Typhon himself marched straight toward Olympus, leaving scorched earth and terrified gods in his wake. The Olympians, for all their power, had never seen anything like him. Some fled. Others stood their ground briefly before realizing that thunderbolts were doing very little to a creature who could shrug off mountains. According to some versions, the gods actually transformed themselves into animals and ran for Egypt, giving rise perhaps to some of the animal-headed deities in Egyptian myth. Nothing like a bit of cross-cultural borrowing under divine duress. Zeus, however, was not so easily cowed. Or so he claimed later, conveniently glossing over the bit where he too may have briefly transformed into a ram. In the climactic clash, Zeus took to the skies with thunder and storm at his back. Typhon met him with fire and wind and 100 angry voices. The battle raged across the world. Mountains were ripped from their roots, rivers boiled away, and the sky itself cracked with the fury of their struggle. It was chaos not seen since the earliest days of creation, and for a moment it looked as though the new order might fall before it had truly begun. But at first things did not go well for the king of the gods. Typhon, in a feat of mythic audacity, managed to seize Zeus and tear out his sinews, yes, the literal strings that made Zeus function, and hide them away in a cave. Without his strength, Zeus was powerless. It was only thanks to the cunning of Hermes, who retrieved the sinews in a daring heist more worthy of a Bond film than a Bronze Age hymn, that Zeus was restored. And then came the reckoning. With renewed strength and fury, Zeus unleashed the full force of the heavens upon Typhon. He struck him down with lightning upon lightning, until the beast crashed into the earth. And where did he fall? Beneath Mount Etna, in Sicily, a volcano that, to this day, occasionally belches smoke and flame. According to the Greeks, that's Typhon stirring restlessly in his prison, every eruption a reminder that chaos can never be fully extinguished, merely buried. With Typhon defeated, Gaia's rebellion was quashed, and the Olympian order was once again restored. But it hadn't been without a cost. The gods had learned a lesson, if only briefly, that power, no matter how supreme, must be earned and defended. That the world itself, Gaia, could not be taken for granted. And that the old forces, those born before law and language and lightning, would always be there, in the shadows, waiting. It is tempting to see Typhon as merely a monster, the big bad. But like many figures in Greek mythology, he is more than he appears. He represents chaos, yes, but also resistance. He is the voice of the earth itself, roaring back at its rulers. He is the fear that no matter how much you build, it can all come undone. That beneath civilization the wild always waits. Historically, the tale of Typhon may reflect older myths of primeval chaos monsters, like Tiamat in Babylon, or Leviathan in the Hebrew tradition. Many ancient cultures had stories in which a storm god battled a sea or serpent monster, symbolic of the battle between order and chaos, culture and nature. Zeus versus Typhon is the Greek version of that universal motif. It also likely mirrors historical anxieties. Volcanoes like Etna and Vesuvius were unpredictable, terrifying forces, and giving them a face, a name, a story was a way for ancient people to understand the incomprehensible. Myth, after all, was never just about entertainment. It was how people made sense of the world, in all its beauty and brutality. There is something beautifully human in these stories. We all fear the collapse of the world we know. We all fear that the monsters we think we've buried might rise again. And we all hope that in our darkest moments, someone perhaps wearing a winged hat and carrying a lyre might sneak in, restore what we've lost, and give us the strength to fight once more. With Typhon defeated and the Olympians reigning unchallenged, the world entered what might be called a golden age. Though, as we'll see, gold tarnishes rather quickly in the hands of immortals. For now, however, Zeus ruled unopposed. His brothers kept their realms. The earth was relatively calm. The gods, ever capricious, turned their attention to the affairs of mortals. And deep beneath the surface, in caves and craters and coiled roots, the remnants of the old world waited, silent, but never entirely gone. Because in myth, as in life, nothing stays buried forever. With Typhon imprisoned beneath Mount Etna and the Olympians perched triumphantly on their celestial thrones, one might think the cosmos had finally found its rhythm, a sort of divine jazz ensemble, if you will, with Zeus conducting from the heavens, Poseidon thundering below the waves, and Hades humming ominously in the underworld. Peace, however, is not the natural state of the gods. It is merely a pause between scandals. In this post-Typhon era, the world entered what Greek poets like to call the Golden Age, a time when mortals lived free of toil, pain, or taxes, which is probably why it's considered mythical. Food grew without planting. The weather was eternally pleasant, and the gods, for the most part, kept to their divine affairs. But, as we should have come to expect by now, the seeds of future disaster were already germinating, and this time those seeds bore the name Prometheus. Ah yes, Prometheus, the clever titan, the firebringer, the eternal meddler in divine affairs. While his brethren had been hurled into Tartarus or otherwise defeated, Prometheus had played his hand with remarkable shrewdness during the Titanomachy. He had sided with Zeus. Well, technically, he'd sided with whomever he thought would win, which turned out to be Zeus. And for a while, that earned him a seat at Olympus's proverbial table. Prometheus, whose name fittingly means forethought, was not your typical titan. Where others were brute strength or natural force, Prometheus was intellect, fire, invention, craft, cunning. If the Olympians were showmen, Prometheus was the backstage crew, making sure the lights didn't fall from the rafters. Now, According to Hesiod and other ancient sources, Prometheus grew fond of mortals, perhaps too fond. In some tellings, he even created them, fashioning humans out of clay and Athena breathing life into them. Whether sculptor or saviour, Prometheus saw humanity as a project worth investing in. A bold choice, considering what we've become. But Zeus had a different vision. To him, humans were pawns, amusing at best, expendable at worst. He was determined to keep them dependent, obedient, and above all, ignorant of divine secrets. Chief among these was fire, that crackling, golden essence of civilization. Fire meant cooking, forging, building. In other words, progress. And progress, Zeus feared, might one day lead to disobedience. So, naturally, Prometheus stole it. Not subtly, mind you. He snuck into Olympus, lit a fennel stalk from the sacred flame, and carried it down to humankind like a rebellious torchbearer at the most subversive Olympic ceremony in history. With that single act, humanity leapt from ignorance into innovation. Fires lit the night, metal took shape under hammers, and roasted meat replaced the eternal chewing of raw roots. Civilization, in short, began to flicker to life. And Zeus? Zeus was livid. He could forgive many things, rebellion, arrogance, even the occasional indiscretion with a mortal, but not defiance. Not when it made him look foolish, so he devised a punishment both eternal and excruciating. Prometheus was chained to a rock, some say in the Caucasus, others on a desolate peak where even goats feared to tread. And each day an eagle, sacred to Zeus, would descend and peck out his liver. And each night the liver would regrow, and the torment begin anew. Now, to ancient Greeks, the liver was the seat of emotion and vitality, not the heart, as we might think today. So this wasn't just physical torment. It was the unravelling of his very essence, renewed daily. A bit excessive, perhaps. But then again, moderation was never Zeus's strong suit. Yet Prometheus wasn't the only one to suffer for his philanthropy. Humanity, freshly warmed and empowered, also found itself the target of divine retribution. Zeus, with all the theatrical flair of a deity scorned, commissioned a punishment with his usual flair for poetic irony. He created woman. Enter Pandora. Now, before we all leap to modern outrage, it's worth noting that the Greeks, particularly Hesiod, had a very mixed view of Pandora. She was beautiful, beguiling, and crafted by the hands of all the gods, hence her name, all gifted. She was given charm by Aphrodite, music by Apollo, curiosity by Hermes, and patience. Well, not so much. She arrived bearing a jar, not a box, despite what centuries of mistranslation have led us to believe. A great sealed jar, brimming with evils yet unseen by mankind. Pain, famine, jealousy, disease, taxes, a gain, and all the subtle miseries of human life. And, of course, curiosity, that irrepressible itch to know what should remain unknown. Predictably, Pandora opened it. Out flew suffering in all its forms, scattering across the earth like spilled ink over a blank scroll. By the time she slammed the lid shut, only one thing remained inside. Hope. A strange thing, really, to trap hope among the evils. Was it a comfort left behind, or the cruelest illusion of all? The Greeks weren't entirely sure, and perhaps that ambiguity was the point. Thus humanity, now armed with fire, but cursed with mortality and misery, began its long and winding march through history. Prometheus, watching from his rocky perch, must have wondered if it had all been worth it. The gods, meanwhile, resumed their celestial antics. Still, Prometheus' story didn't end in chains. In time, a new hero would rise, Heracles, and it would be he who, passing through the mountains during one of his 12 labours, spotted the bound Titan and, moved by something resembling pity, slew the eagle and shattered his bonds. Zeus, by then more mellow, or distracted, allowed it. Perhaps he even admired the audacity of a mortal defying him, though he'd never say so aloud. Prometheus's tale is often read as a mythological blueprint for the human condition. Intelligence versus authority, progress versus punishment, and the eternal price of defiance. The fire he stole represents not just literal flame, but metaphorical enlightenment, science, art, reason, imagination. He is the first rebel, the first scientist, the first martyr for the cause of humanity. And perhaps the Greeks saw in Prometheus something of themselves, a people whose philosophers questioned the heavens, whose engineers bent nature to their will, and whose playwrights dared to probe the flaws of gods. In Prometheus, they found a figure both heroic and tragic, a reminder that progress always comes at a cost, and that defiance, though noble, rarely goes unpunished. Historically, some scholars have argued that Prometheus may be older than even the Olympians themselves. Elements of his tale echo Mesopotamian and Indo-European myths: the fire thief, the culture bringer, the god who aids mortals against the will of his peers. His punishment bears striking similarity to other chained rebels like the Norse Loki, or even the biblical Satan, whose overreach is met with cosmic incarceration. But unlike those darker figures, Prometheus is rarely seen as evil. He is a complex hero, proud, clever, stubborn, and self-sacrificing. He challenges the gods not for his own gain, but to uplift others. And in that, he becomes a symbol of something profoundly human: the refusal to accept imposed limits, the belief that knowledge should be shared, not hoarded, that even the thunderbolt of Zeus can be defied, if only for a moment. It's little wonder, then, that later thinkers, from the Romantic poets to modern philosophers, embraced Prometheus as a symbol of rebellion and creativity. Percy Shelley cast him as a noble sufferer, while Karl Marx saw in him the prototype of the revolutionary. Even Mary Shelley, when penning her tale of scientific hubris, titled it Frankenstein, or the modern Prometheus, a nod to the enduring tension between creator, creation, and consequence. And so, in this interlude between divine wars and heroic sagas, we glimpse a quieter but no less potent drama, the birth of civilization. Not through divine favour, but through theft. Not by permission, but by rebellion. And the understanding that with every leap forwards comes a lash of the whip behind. As the Olympians reclined upon their thrones, watching mortals build fires and temples and philosophies, perhaps they sensed that their time, though long, would not be eternal. For the gift of fire is the seed of questioning, and once you ask why, even a god must eventually answer. The story of the Titans is not just one of giants and storms and the clash of divine armies. It is also the story of these who come after, the thinkers, the rebels, the flame-bearers. And in Prometheus, we find the bridge between the age of monsters and the age of men. A Titan, yes, but perhaps the most human of them all. With Prometheus chained and humanity stumbling into a world aflame with both knowledge and suffering, the cosmos seemed, for a fleeting moment, to be at rest. The Titans were mostly imprisoned, the gods firmly entrenched in power, and mankind busy roasting its first goat over a sacred flame. But rest, in myth, is merely the inhalation before the next divine catastrophe. And Olympus, as always, was teetering on the edge of drama. Let us now pivot from the divine rebellion of Titans to the creeping instability that would later plague the reign of the Olympians themselves. The Titans may have been overthrown, but their legacy, like a good curse, was not so easily dismissed. Their children, those liminal beings born of the old order but destined to live under the new, found themselves in a particularly awkward position. Neither wholly defeated nor entirely embraced, they haunted the edges of myth like shadows at a feast. Take, for example, the Hecatoncheires. These were the 100-handed, 50-headed siblings of the Titans, Briareus, Cottus, and Gyges, monstrous by modern standards, though to the ancient Greeks they were simply robust. Imprisoned in Tartarus by Uranus, and later freed by Zeus to help win the Titanomachy, they were handsomely rewarded by being sent straight back into the shadows, assigned to guard the gates of Tartarus. Imagine winning a war and being rewarded with eternal security duty at the universe's most miserable prison. One does wonder if they ever considered a union. Then there were the Cyclopes, thunderbolt forgers, one-eyed craftsmen of divine artillery. Also liberated during the Great War, they gifted Zeus his famous lightning, Poseidon his trident, and Hades his invisibility helm. A helmet that, funnily enough, saw very little use after the war. It seems Hades preferred brooding in full view. The Cyclopes, for their trouble, were also sent back to the forge, pounding away in volcanic caverns like Hephaestus on espresso. Their fate? To be footnotes in the story they helped win. But the true undercurrent of tension came not from the sidelines, but from the next generation, the children of Zeus and his siblings. Now, the Olympians had only just claimed their thrones. One might think they'd hold off on producing a new crop of divine drama. But no. Zeus, as prolific as he was powerful, began populating the cosmos with alarming speed. One assumes he kept a celestial diary just to track his conquests, mortal and immortal alike. From his many unions came a constellation of powerful figures. Athena, sprung fully formed from his forehead after he swallowed her pregnant mother, Metis, because nothing says parenting like cranial birth. Apollo and Artemis, twin children of Leto, were born after a harrowing pursuit in which their mother was denied rest by a jealous Hera. And then there was Dionysus, born of a mortal woman, torn from her ashes and sewn into Zeus's thigh, a rather creative alternative to childcare leave. Each of these offspring bore immense power, and with that power came something the Olympians dreaded above all: unpredictability. Athena, wise and warlike, challenged male authority without ever marrying. Apollo, radiant god of music and plague, brought both beauty and terror. Dionysus, with his wine and ecstasy, blurred every line imaginable: gender, sanity, mortality. These were not minor deities. They were forces of nature with bloodlines that tied back to both Olympus and the Titans. And let us not forget Hecate, a fascinating figure, often passed over in popular retellings. A Titaness by birth, yet honoured by Zeus, she was granted dominion over magic, crossroads, and ghosts. She moved through the world like smoke, appearing at night with her torches, straddling the boundary between old and new. Some say she remained loyal to neither side, and perhaps that's why she endured. She played the long game, but all this divine breeding had consequences. You see, when gods mingle with mortals, their children tend to be problematic. Not in the refuse to do their chores sense, but in the accidentally start wars, kill monsters, and spark genocides sense. The age of heroes was beginning to shimmer faintly on the horizon, and with it the last flicker of Titan influence. For the world was beginning to shift again, away from the gods and towards something else entirely. Fate. The Greeks believed in a cosmology where power ebbed and flowed like tide. No one held absolute authority forever. Not Uranus, not Kronos, and not Zeus. And what lingered behind every myth, like a looming shadow at the feast, was the whisper that Zeus, too, would fall. Prophecies abounded. Just as Kronos had overthrown Uranus, and Zeus had overthrown Kronos, so too would Zeus be overthrown by his own son. A divine game of patricidal dominoes. Naturally, Zeus grew paranoid. He swallowed Metis, the goddess of cunning, to prevent her from bearing a son. He punished dissenters with lightning. He tightened his grip, which, historically speaking, is the first sign of impending collapse. Yet the collapse didn't come. At least, not all at once. Instead, we began to see the cracks in the Olympian regime not through war, but through mythological contradictions. Mortals began to question. Philosophers rose. The gods, once terrifying and remote, became flawed, comic, even ridiculous. Dionysus, for instance, challenged Apollo in Delphi. Mortals questioned the will of the oracle. Heroes like Heracles, born of both divine and mortal blood, committed acts of both supreme valour and terrifying violence. They did not obey the gods, they negotiated with them, sometimes even tricked them. Heracles, remember, was the one who freed Prometheus, an act that subtly undermined Zeus's authority without triggering full-blown rebellion. In Heracles, we see something new, a figure who stands between the age of Titans and the rise of men. He is not a Titan, nor a god in the traditional sense, but something in between, a bridge. And he is not alone. Perseus, Bellerophon, Theseus. They all emerge in this liminal space, echoing the chaotic energy of the old world, but redirecting it toward mortal ends. And it is here that myth and history begin to blur. The Greeks, as their civilization matured, began to mythologize their own past. Cities claimed descent from gods. Families traced lineages to heroes. The Titans, once vast cosmic entities, became symbols, metaphors for disorder, for chaos, for the ancient powers that had to be tamed before the polis, the city-state, could rise. And the gods themselves were domesticated. They gained temples, rituals, and priests. They were still powerful, yes, but bound by decorum, by narrative, by the very mortals who once trembled before them. This, perhaps, is the final insult to the Titans. Not their defeat, but their absorption. Kronos was not only imprisoned, he was reimagined. In some Hellenistic sects, he became a god of peace, even of agriculture. The devourer became the father of time, Kronos, a different spelling, but similar enough to fuse over the centuries. And Gaia, once a primordial mother, was reduced to little more than symbolic soil beneath our feet. Even the war, the mighty Titanomachy, became a cautionary tale, retold by poets to remind listeners of the price of rebellion, and by politicians to justify their own divine authority. Myth, you see, is never static. It evolves, it adapts, it serves whoever speaks it loudest. And yet, the Titans endure. Not on Olympus, nor in statues, nor in temples, but deeper, in the subconscious, in the primal forces that still quake beneath our feet and churn within our oceans. in the fury of a storm that no god can command, in the impulse to rebel, to question, to light a fire even when the world demands obedience. They are not gone. Not really. You cannot banish what you are made of. For we are all, in some distant sense, children of the Titans, born of chaos, tempered by fire, reaching forever upward toward the divine, not to serve it, but to understand it, even to challenge it. And as the age of heroes draws near, as mankind begins to tell its own story, the Titans slip into myth, not defeated, but transformed, not lost, but waiting. Waiting in Tartarus, waiting in memory, waiting in us. As the dust of divine rebellion settled and Olympus gleamed in its post-war splendour, a quiet shift began to take place, not among the gods, but in the realm below. The age of Titans was over, yes. The age of the Olympians had begun in earnest. But now the torch was passing, not upwards, as it had from Gaia to Uranus, from Uranus to Kronos, from Kronos to Zeus, but downwards to the strange, fallible, fascinating creatures known as mortals. Welcome, then, to the heroic age, the age in which Titan blood still flickered in veins, Olympian caprice ruled from above, and humankind found itself cast into the starring role of the cosmic drama. It was a time of monsters and riddles, of hubris and honour, and of very large men attempting very impossible things. It's worth noting that the Greeks didn't view the heroic age as metaphor. To them, it was a golden era sandwiched neatly between myth and memory. It preceded the fog of history, but followed the chaotic primeval stew of the gods. These weren't mere bedtime stories. These were origin tales, political, familial, even moral, and the heroes within them were closer to living fossils than to fictional characters. And the first great hero, in many ways the archetype of them all, was Heracles, or Hercules, if you prefer your heroes Roman and slightly more muscular. Born of Zeus and the mortal Alcmaeon, Heracles was the walking proof that gods could not resist mortal women, nor could mortals resist getting swept up in divine entanglements. Poor Alcmaeon, by the way, was tricked into lying with Zeus after he disguised himself as her husband. Zeus, it must be said, would have made an outstanding actor, but a deeply troubling partner. Heracles entered the world not as a symbol of glory, but as a threat. Hera, Zeus's wife, was incandescent with jealousy, and she set about making the boy's life hell. As an infant, Heracles famously strangled 2 serpents in his cradle, sent by Hera to kill him. Most babies grapple with teething. Heracles wrestled with serpents. The tone was set. His life would be defined by suffering. Not necessarily because of his own actions, though the man was hardly a beacon of wisdom. No, Heracles suffered because of Hera, and because of the curse that haunted all demigods. The curse of being too much, too strong, too violent, too connected to gods who wanted nothing more than to control them. The 12 labours of Heracles, his punishment for murdering his wife and children in a fit of madness inflicted by Hera, are, in essence, a purification. He is sent to defeat beasts, capture monsters, and even go to the underworld itself. Each trial peels away the chaos of his Titan ancestry and the burden of divine expectation. He is, in a very Greek way, being civilized through suffering. But what's curious is how many of the creatures Heracles confronts are directly tied to the Titans. The Nemean lion, born of Orthrus, who was the offspring of Echidna and Typhon. And Typhon, you'll recall, was the last monstrous son of Gaia, born to challenge Zeus himself. The Hydra? another spawn of Echidna and Typhon. Cerberus, the three-headed guard dog of Hades, wrestled by Heracles in his 12th labour, was of the same ghastly lineage. In essence, Heracles isn't just performing tasks. He's cleaning up the remnants of the Titan Age, one beast at a time. But Heracles wasn't alone in this. The heroic age is a veritable parade of mighty mortals straining under the weight of legacy. Take Perseus, who beheaded Medusa, one of the three Gorgons, herself a twisted echo of ancient chthonic power, likely once worshipped before the Olympian pantheon shoved her into monstrous irrelevance. Or Theseus, who navigated the labyrinth to kill the Minotaur, a beast born of divine punishment and mortal pride, with echoes of older Minoan bull worship baked into its horns. Then there was Jason, leader of the Argonauts, whose quest for the Golden Fleece was more political than heroic. His tale reads like a very dangerous trade mission, tangled in family drama, betrayal, and a helpful sorceress named Medea, who, spoiler alert, doesn't take rejection well. All of these figures, larger than life and doomed to fall, share a common trait. They're liminal. They belong neither fully to the gods nor to mankind. They exist in a transitional space, much like the Titans did before them. And while the Titans represented primal chaos and power unbound, these heroes represent something newer, individual will in the face of divine indifference. The gods in these stories are often petty, distracted, or even absent. Zeus, by this point, is less a thunder-wielding monarch and more of a spectral administrator. Hera is a grudge incarnate. Athena is wise, yes, but curiously inconsistent in her favour. And so the mortals begin to shine, not because they are perfect, but because they dare. Hubris, the Greeks warned, was the great sin, but it is also, paradoxically, the engine of the heroic age. To be a hero is to reach beyond your station, to say, I will slay this beast, or I will build this city, or I will sail past the edge of the world. It is to challenge limits. And in every one of these myths, that challenge is tied, consciously or not, to the defeat of the Titan spirit. And yet, the Titans aren't gone. Not really. They echo in the backdrops, in the monsters, in the forgotten gods and the strange lands the heroes visit. Tartarus is still there, beneath everything, a dark counterpoint to Olympus. Atlas still holds up the sky, punished not merely for his rebellion, but for his very endurance. Prometheus remains chained, gnawed upon by vultures, until Heracles, that walking demolition project, finally releases him. Even Kronos, who has been banished to the outer realms of myth, occasionally re-emerges in variant tales. In some Orphic traditions, he becomes a more neutral figure, associated with time. Kronos, a separate but often conflated being. And in others, he is restored in the golden age of peace that returns after Zeus's rule, a sort of celestial retirement plan. This is where myth and philosophy begin to merge. As the centuries pass and Greece moves into the classical age, thinkers like Hesiod, Plato, and later the Stoics begin reinterpreting the myths not as literal truths, but as allegories. The Titans become psychological forces. Kronos becomes time. Gaia becomes nature. Prometheus becomes the mind, clever, tragic, and rebellious. The heroic age, then, is a mirror held up to the human soul. A time in which mortal figures struggle not against monsters alone, but against destiny, family, and the gods themselves. It is the final echo of the Titanomachy, not in heaven, but on earth. And it is ending. For as the myths evolve, they lose their immediate power. The age of oracles gives way to the age of philosophers. The hero, once a demigod, becomes a king, then a politician, then merely a man with ambition. The divine loses its teeth. The world is slowly becoming recognizable, not entirely, of course. There's still magic, still gods meddling in the affairs of men, but the wildness is fading. And that, in some ways, is the final tragedy of the Titans. They were not just beings. They were forces of rupture, necessary, terrifying, sublime. Their war with the Olympians was not merely a struggle for power. It was the cosmos straining to contain contradiction, chaos and order, nature and reason, instinct and law. The heroes, knowingly or not, carried that contradiction forward. They tried to tame it, to conquer it, to live with it. Some succeeded. Most did not. But all of them, Heracles, Perseus, Theseus, Jason, and the rest, lived in the shadow of something much older, much wilder, and far less forgiving. And now that age is closing. The last of the great heroes will vanish into legend. The gods will become poetic symbols. The Titans, already forgotten by most, will be relegated to esoteric footnotes and ancient hymns. But before we bid them farewell, we must understand. Their story is not merely one of defeat. It is one of transformation, of how raw power becomes memory, of how myth becomes metaphor, and how, even buried in Tartarus, the Titans still shape the world above. Even now, when we speak of rebellion, of endurance, of reaching beyond what we are told is possible, we are speaking the language of Titans. And so we come to the end, or rather, to the beginning of the end. For when telling the tale of the Titans, it's never quite clear where the final page should fall. They began before time as we know it, roared through the cosmos like fire in dry grass, and ended, as all empires must, buried under the weight of their own grandeur, and Zeus's lightning bolts. But endings, especially in mythology, are rarely full stops. They're ellipses, pauses in the storm, quiet breathings before the next surge. And though the Titans were defeated, exiled, and in some cases outright erased from memory, they have never quite left us. Not entirely. They endure, in symbols, in stories, and sometimes, quite sneakily, in ourselves. The Greeks, of course, were never content to leave even their ancient myths untouched. Over time, the stories of the Titans were retold, repurposed, and reinterpreted. By the Hellenistic period, they had become more than rebellious deities. They were metaphors for vast, impersonal forces. Cronus, once a devouring patriarch, became time itself, unyielding, cyclical, indifferent. Gaia, the nurturing earth mother, came to represent the natural world, both bountiful and brutal. Oceanus flowed not merely as a titan, but as the unending current of reality. In this metamorphosis, the Titans shifted from the realm of religion into that of philosophy. Thinkers like Plato and later the Stoics began plumbing the myths for allegory. The Titanomachy was no longer a simple clash of gods, but a psychological or moral struggle. Reason versus chaos. Civilization versus impulse. Logos against eros. Rather sophisticated, really, for a tale that started with a god castrating his father with a sickle made by his mum. And what of Prometheus, that most defiant of titans refused to be forgotten? He became, over the centuries, a patron saint of rebels, thinkers, and fools who dared too much. To the Romantics, he was the ultimate symbol of enlightenment, punished not for evil, but for giving knowledge to mankind. Byron, Shelley, Goethe, all found in Prometheus a kindred spirit. He who stole fire from the gods and suffered for it was, in a sense, the first scientist, the first revolutionary, the first tragic hero. But the Titans are not confined to dusty scrolls and poetic musings. They've wormed their way into the modern world in ways both subtle and profound. Consider the language. When we say something is titanic, we mean vast, powerful, unstoppable. Not merely large with consequences. The name Titan has been affixed to ships, rockets, sports teams, and even Silicon Valley tech platforms, all proclaiming their ambition to reshape the world. Though one suspects Cronus might be slightly amused at a cloud computing service named after him. There's something inherently seductive about the Titans. They represent the raw, untamed potential that exists before order arrives. They are older than law, older than justice, older even than morality as we frame it. They are elemental. Earth, sky, ocean, time, flame. Their quarrels were not political. They were cosmic. And in a world increasingly structured and bureaucratic, the idea of something ancient and wild, unchained and ferocious, still pulls at the corners of the imagination. This is why they keep returning. In literature, in film, in art. The Titans are everywhere, if you know where to look. Consider the many shadow fathers of modern fiction, the domineering figures who give birth to new orders but cannot survive them. Tywin Lannister in Game of Thrones, for instance, or Darth Vader in Star Wars. Titans in all but name, creators of worlds undone by their own children. Or take the rise of the anti-hero, characters like Walter White or Tony Montana, who, like Prometheus, break the rules, steal fire, and burn for it. We don't always root for them, but we watch, spellbound, as they try to bend the world into their image, just as the Titans once did. Even the superhero genre, our modern mythology par excellence, owes a debt to the Titans. The X-Men? Born of genetic mutation, feared by gods and mortals alike. Superman? Raised among mortals, but burdened with divine strength. These characters straddle the same liminal space the Titans once did. Too powerful to be human. Too flawed to be gods. And in the background, still, the Titanomachy echoes. Every story of a younger generation overthrowing the old. Every tale of rebellion against cosmic authority. Every myth where the apprentice surpasses the master. It's all the same ancient rhythm, replayed with modern instruments. The Greeks understood this cyclical nature of power better than most. Their myths are laced with repetition. Uranus is overthrown by Cronus, who is overthrown by Zeus, who, if the Orphics are to be believed, may one day be overthrown in turn. The wheel turns. Each victory sows the seeds of its own destruction. Even the gods, in all their splendour, are not immune to fate. The concept of Moira, fate, stands above them all. Not even Zeus, mighty king of Olympus, can defy the destinies spun by the three Moirai, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos. The Titans may have lost, but they played their part in the great script. And the script, dear listener, is still being written. What's most fascinating is how these stories, born from a cluster of tribes in the mountains and coasts of Bronze Age Greece, have survived empire, conquest, religion, and modernity. They have outlived gods, kings, and continents. And they endure not because they are true in the literal sense, but because they are true in the human sense. We are all, in our own ways, Titan-blooded. We carry within us the fire of rebellion, the burden of memory, the urge to shape the world according to our will. every time we break a rule for the sake of something better, every time we defy authority in the name of justice, every time we dream bigger than we are told we should, that too is a titan's whisper in the ear. Of course, this is not without cost. Prometheus paid in agony, Atlas paid in weight, Cronus paid in isolation. To carry Titan fire is to risk being burned, but the Greeks never shied from tragedy. They embraced it. They believed that from suffering came understanding, from downfall came reflection. And so we reflect, not merely on the tale we've just told, the epic rise and fall of the Titans from the yawning void of chaos to the dark prison of Tartarus, but on what it means, why these stories matter, why they continue to matter. Perhaps, in the end, it's because the Titans remind us that greatness is not born from perfection, but from conflict, from the storm, not the calm, from the tension between what is and what might be. They are the raw materials of myth, and therefore of civilization itself. In them we see not only gods and monsters, but the human heart writ large, proud, flawed, courageous, vengeful, creative. And in their downfall we glimpse something very Greek, the knowledge that power must be tempered, that ambition must bow to balance, that even the mighty must yield. But oh, what a roar they made on their way down. And though Olympus gleams in the sunlight, though the temples to Zeus still stand in crumbling glory, though statues of Athena gaze sternly over modern cities, the Titans lie deeper still, beneath the marble, beneath the stories, beneath the psyche, waiting, not for revenge perhaps. That ship has sailed, but for remembrance. Because in remembering the Titans, we remember ourselves, not as we are, but as we once dared to be. Vast, terrible, brilliant, and yes, Titan. Long before the name Medusa began to send a chill down the spine of listeners, there was a world in which monsters, gods, and mortals all mingled in stories passed from one Greek hearth to the next. To understand Medusa, one must first situate her in the peculiar imaginative landscape of the ancient Greeks, a people who looked at the world around them and saw not simply rivers and mountains, but divine personalities flowing and towering in those very forms. For them, the thunder was not an accident of clouds, but the booming voice of Zeus. The ocean was not merely salt and waves, but the body of Poseidon himself, rolling and surging in eternal mood swings. Now, to modern ears, this might sound rather dramatic, but the Greeks had a talent for dramatics. They invented theatre, after all. They found explanations for the baffling corners of existence in characters with elaborate family trees, most of whom had a penchant for affairs, grudges, and highly questionable parenting. It was in this crowded theatre of gods and monsters that the story of Medusa took shape. The Greeks often cast their monsters as symbols of the edges of human experience, those fearful realms just beyond civilization. Monsters were useful. They could be blamed for dangers lurking in forests or at sea. They could mark the limits of geography, warning sailors that beyond a certain headland lay chaos itself. So when you hear about a monster like Medusa, remember that she was not only a frightening tale told to make children behave, but also a sort of psychological landmark, a reminder of what lay beyond safety. To get there, however, we must go backwards in mythological genealogy. The Greeks loved genealogy with the same passion some families reserve for arguing about inheritances. Medusa, as you may know, was a Gorgon, but not the only one. She had two sisters, Stheno and Euryale, who were immortal. Unlike Medusa, who rather unfairly was born mortal. Their parents were Phorcys and Ceto, a pair of primordial deities whose domain was the sea. Now these two are not exactly household names. They don't often appear in popular retellings, and if you were to invite them to dinner, you'd probably regret it, since Ceto's portfolio included sea monsters of every variety. One imagines awkward conversation over soup, but these genealogical details matter, for they show us how deeply woven into the fabric of the cosmos Medusa was supposed to be. She was not an isolated invention, but part of a lineage of beings representing the primal, terrifying face of nature. To the Greeks, the sea was as much a source of dread as it was of livelihood, and it is hardly surprising that the monsters born of Phorcys and Ceto should carry that aura of danger. What's interesting is that in the earliest Greek art and literature, the Gorgons were not the sort of creatures to inspire Gothic horror novels, but rather something far stranger. They were depicted with wide, grinning mouths, boars' tusks, protruding tongues, and sometimes even wings. If you've ever stumbled across one of those Gorgoneon masks, the stylized Gorgon heads carved on temples or shields, you might find them almost comical, with their bulging eyes and stuck-out tongues. They were meant to ward off evil, functioning as protective emblems. Rather like hanging up a beware of dog sign, only in this case the dog happens to petrify trespassers with a glance. Medusa's uniqueness among her sisters is that she alone was mortal. This narrative choice allowed for her eventual defeat at the hands of a hero. Because let's face it, Greek myths always had to give the heroes something dramatic to do. But in her earliest incarnations, she was not necessarily the tragic figure of later retellings. Instead, she was just another monster, part of the background noise of Greek mythology, appearing chiefly to be vanquished. As the centuries passed, however, the story became more complicated. Myths are rather like a recipe that is passed down generations, each cook adding a pinch of spice or a splash of wine, until the dish bears only a faint resemblance to the original. By the time the Roman poet Ovid was writing in his Metamorphoses, Medusa's backstory had developed into something more poignant. Ovid tells us that Medusa was once a beautiful maiden, admired for her flowing hair. So admired, in fact, that Poseidon himself could not resist her. Unfortunately, he chose to pursue her in the temple of Athena, an act which not only violated Medusa, but also desecrated the sacred space. Athena, not known for her soft-heartedness, punished Medusa rather than Poseidon, which does feel like the mythological equivalent of sending the wrong child to bed without supper. The cultural context here is important. To the Greeks, the violation of a temple was a serious offence, and in their moral logic, the defilement of a sacred place demanded retribution. It mattered less who did the deed and more that the space was dishonoured. Thus, Athena transformed Medusa into the monster we know. Hair of serpents, eyes whose gaze turned men to stone, a face so dreadful that none could look upon it and live. Now, if you pause here and imagine yourself an ancient Greek, you might understand the resonance of this transformation. Snakes, for example, were creatures of both fascination and fear. They shed their skins and thus symbolized renewal, but they also lurked unseen in grass, ready to strike. In mythology, Snakes were often linked to chthonic or underworld forces. To give Medusa a crown of writhing serpents was to mark her as belonging to the liminal space between life and death, beauty and horror, mortal and monstrous. One might also note with a faint smile that the Greeks seem to have a rather loose definition of fair punishment. Athena, rather than confronting her uncle Poseidon, the god of earthquakes, horses, and rather questionable decision-making, decided that the mortal woman would bear the brunt of the consequences. It is perhaps a reflection of the patriarchal structure of Greek society itself, in which women often bore punishment for circumstances well beyond their control. At this stage of the story, Medusa's fate seems sealed. She is no longer the admired maiden, but the feared creature. And yet, interestingly enough, the Greeks did not always treat her image with dread. As mentioned earlier, the gorgoneion, her severed head, was placed on shields, breastplates, and temple walls. Even Athena, the very goddess who cursed her, bore her likeness on her aegis, that famous protective cloak. In a way, Medusa became a paradox, loathed and feared, yet also invoked for safety and protection. It is as though the very horror she represented could be flipped inside out and transformed into a power against evil. Before we arrive at Perseus, the golden boy destined to lop off Medusa's head, it's worth reflecting on how these myths functioned in everyday Greek life. For us, the story is a work of literature, something to be read in a quiet evening. For them, it was closer to a cultural operating system, guiding their rituals, their fears, their understanding of why the world was the way it was. The figure of Medusa, embodying both beauty and terror, punishment and protection, is a reminder of how comfortable the Greeks were with contradictions. They were not especially bothered by whether a story was morally fair or neatly logical. Myths were not sermons. They were mirrors of the untidy complexity of human life. And so, before Medusa becomes the victim of Perseus's heroics, before her head is swung about like an all-purpose divine weapon, we find her here, standing at the threshold between mortal beauty and monstrous terror. She is the creature of the edge, the guardian of the beyond. To some, a cautionary tale. To others, a symbol of resilience. To all, a face that could never quite be forgotten. If you imagine yourself in ancient Greece, perhaps reclining upon a couch with a cup of wine that may or may not have been watered down according to custom, you would likely hear stories told not in neat chapters, but in a kind of living, evolving web of tales. The myths did not exist as single definitive versions, the way we now expect from novels or films. Instead, each storyteller bent and shaped them according to audience, mood, or even political climate. So it is with Medusa, whose origins are stitched together from the fragments of poets, dramatists, and the wandering bards of a time when memory, not paper, carried knowledge. Her beginnings, however, are consistently linked to a family that might politely be described as eccentric. The Greeks were terribly fond of assigning parentage, even to their monsters. Nothing simply sprang into being without a proper genealogy. And so we return to Medusa's parents, Phorcys and Ceto. Phorcys, you see, was a primordial sea god, older than the Olympians, with the sort of unsettling presence one imagines when gazing into a deep trench where the light fails. His consort, Ceto, was a goddess equally maritime, but less in the way of serene waves and more in the way of squids, sea beasts, and creatures that made sailors regret ever leaving port. Together they populated the mythological seascape, with offspring that make one rather grateful they belong firmly to the realm of imagination. Ladon, the 100-headed serpent, for instance, or Echidna, the so-called mother of monsters, who paired up with Typhon and gave us such memorable creations as Cerberus, the 3-headed hound, the Hydra with its many heads, and the Chimera, a sort of lion-goat-serpent ensemble that suggests the gods were sometimes careless with the cosmic glue. Amidst this menagerie, the Gorgons stand out as particularly fearsome. Stheno, Euryale, and Medusa, the trio whose very name meant grim or dreadful. In early Greek art, they were shown with grotesque, wide grins, tusks protruding, and often with wings sprouting from their backs. Archaeologists have uncovered Gorgonean masks dating back to the 6th century BCE, placed on temples and shields as protective emblems. These images were less about telling Medusa's story and more about harnessing the raw fright she represented. Rather like hanging up a rather ugly gargoyle above your door, the idea was that ugliness itself could scare away misfortune. But within this family of horrors, Medusa was different. The myths consistently emphasize that she alone was mortal, which, if nothing else, was dramatically convenient for later poets who needed a monster that could, at last, be slain. The sisters Stheno and Euryale were invincible, but Medusa was vulnerable. To the Greek mind, this made her both tragic and useful, a being who could represent danger, yet not be so permanent that no hero could claim a victory. One should also note how these stories reflect geography as much as imagination. The Gorgons were said to dwell at the edge of the world, in places far removed from ordinary Greek life. Some sources placed them near the ocean at the westernmost edge, others in the far north. This edge of the map motif was common in myth. When one sailed beyond familiar waters, where stars grew unfamiliar and currents grew treacherous, it was helpful, psychologically, if not practically, to imagine that monsters dwelled there. After all, how better to discourage young sailors from wandering too far than to tell them a trio of snake-haired sisters were waiting to petrify them? Still, if we step away from the mythology and look at the archaeological record, one sees how potent Medusa's image became in daily life. The Gorgoneon, as it was called, was carved into temple pediments at places like Corfu, glaring out at worshippers and, one supposes, at any passing malevolent spirits. Coins from Sicily carried her face, suggesting that cities adopted her as a kind of civic guardian. To wear or display Medusa was to announce both defiance and protection. It is rather like the modern use of a skull emblem, simultaneously a warning and a declaration of strength. There is also something deeply symbolic in the fact that Medusa alone was not eternal. The Greeks had a knack for embodying human anxieties in their stories, and mortality was the most universal of all. While her sisters represented the unending, almost cosmic terrors of the universe, Medusa represented the fleeting, vulnerable condition of mankind. Yes, she was dangerous, but she could die, just as all mortals must. In that sense, her story bridges the gap between divine myth and human experience. And here we find the beginnings of sympathy for Medusa. Though later centuries would cast her as a tragic figure cursed by Athena, even in the earliest layers of myth, one senses that she is an anomaly, a monster who, unlike her immortal kin, carries the burden of eventual defeat. In literature, she appears almost always in the context of someone else's tale, Perseus's tale, Athena's, even Ovid's broader narrative in the Metamorphoses. Rarely does she stand centre stage as her own protagonist. It is a curious fate. She is both unforgettable and yet constantly overshadowed. The Greeks, of course, were fond of such layered contradictions. Consider that the same culture who painted her as a grotesque also carved her likeness lovingly into shields and temples. They feared her, yet they needed her. She was the embodiment of terror, but also the charm against it. And perhaps therein lies the true fascination of her myth. She is the monster who cannot be dismissed, because she is also the protector you quietly rely upon. If you close your eyes and picture the temples of the archaic period, their pediments rising in bright paint against a Mediterranean sky, you might see her face staring out with that toothy grin. To the worshippers, she was not merely a villain from a bedtime story, but an active guardian. In that gaze, carved in stone, there was both menace and safety. The paradox of Medusa was literally built into the architecture of their sacred spaces. Of course, when myths live as long as hers have, they acquire layers upon layers of interpretation. Some later writers, looking back, tried to soften the image of the Gorgons. Others hardened it. Some even suggested alternate parentage or differing numbers of sisters. But the core remained. 3 dreadful beings born of the sea, living at the edges of the world, with one, Medusa, fated to fall. One could spend a lifetime cataloguing the small details of these myths, and scholars often have. Was Medusa winged, as early vase paintings show? Did her sisters shriek so loudly that it shook the very ground? Did her face petrify instantly, or only after one met her eyes directly? These questions may sound like idle curiosities, and in a sense they are. Yet they reveal how deeply the Greeks obsessed over consistency in storytelling, while simultaneously allowing contradictions to coexist. And so, before Perseus ever sets out, before Athena sharpens her sense of vengeance, Medusa stands with her sisters as a sentinel of fear, a figure sculpted from the Greeks' fascination with the sea, with mortality, and with the idea that even monsters might serve protective ends. She is mortal, yes, but no less formidable for it. She is not yet the tragic figure cursed for her beauty, nor the severed head brandished as a weapon. She is still simply Medusa, daughter of Phorcys and Ceto, sister to immortal terrors, dwelling at the periphery of the known world. And as the firelight flickered on the walls of an ancient Greek home, and a storyteller's voice rose and fell, one suspects that listeners drifted off to sleep with her image hovering at the edge of their dreams. A monster, yes, but also a mirror of the very fears that haunted the edges of human thought. To move further into the story of Medusa, we must now turn to her most curious distinction, that unlike her sisters, she was mortal. It may sound like a small detail, but in the mythological world of the Greeks, such distinctions mattered greatly. Immortality, after all, was the defining trait of the gods and their monstrous offspring. To be mortal among immortals was to be a walking contradiction. And yet, this was Medusa's lot. Imagine, if you will, being part of a family where everyone but you was immune to age, injury, or death. Rather like being the only one in your household without a decent raincoat on a drizzly day. you are bound to feel singled out. For the poets and storytellers, this odd condition created narrative tension. A monster that could be killed was in truth a monster worth writing about, because it allowed for a story of triumph. But before her eventual downfall at the hands of Perseus, the traditions insist on one thing: Medusa had been beautiful. Not merely pleasant to look at, but dazzling. A woman whose hair was said to be her crowning glory. Now, one might cynically observe that in Greek mythology, such beauty was rarely a blessing. More often, it was a liability. From Helen of Troy, whose beauty supposedly launched 1,000 ships, to Narcissus, whose good looks led him to drown staring at his reflection, the Greeks had a habit of turning beauty into trouble. Medusa's beauty caught the eye of Poseidon. The god of the sea was not exactly a model of restraint. His portfolio included earthquakes, storms, horses, and rather regrettably, a long list of unwanted pursuits of mortals. And so the story goes that he sought out Medusa and, depending on the version you hear, seduced her or forced himself upon her. The setting of this act is crucial: the temple of Athena. Athena, goddess of wisdom, war strategy, and crafts, was famously protective of her temples. To defile one of them was considered an unthinkable crime. Yet, in the way of myths, the blame did not fall upon Poseidon, despite his rather obvious role in the affair. Instead, it fell squarely upon Medusa. The logic is warped, but it reflects the deeply patriarchal society in which these stories were told. Athena, furious at the desecration, punished Medusa by transforming her into the monster we know: serpents for hair, eyes that petrified, a visage so dreadful that one glimpse could end a life. One cannot help but notice the tragic irony. A maiden once praised for her beauty became feared for her ugliness. The very feature that had attracted divine attention, her hair, was twisted into its opposite. Where once it flowed in glossy strands, it now writhed with venomous serpents. Where once her gaze might have captivated admirers, it now turned them to stone. There is, of course, symbolism in all of this. The snake, in Greek thought, was a creature of contradiction. It represented both danger and healing. Consider that Asclepius, god of medicine, carried a staff with a serpent twined around it, a symbol we still use today. Snakes shed their skins, suggesting rebirth, but they also bite, often fatally. To crown Medusa with snakes was to link her permanently with the forces of death and renewal, terror and fascination. Now, depending on one's interpretive lens, Athena's actions can be seen in several ways. Some modern readers see the curse not as punishment, but as protection, transforming Medusa into a figure so formidable that she could no longer be harmed by men. Others view it simply as cruelty, an example of the gods' notorious habit of punishing mortals for offences they did not commit. The ancient sources, for their part, leave the matter ambiguous. Ovid, in his Metamorphoses, lingers on Medusa's beauty and downfall, painting her as a tragic victim. Hesiod, much earlier, scarcely mentions the circumstances at all, focusing instead on her monstrous form and her role as Perseus's quarry. Whatever the case, her transformation marked a turning point in how she was remembered. Before, she was one of 3 Gorgon sisters, formidable but not especially unique. Afterward, she became singular, a story all her own. It is curious how tragedy has a way of cementing characters in cultural memory. Without her curse, perhaps Medusa would have remained a minor monster in a footnote of Hesiod. With it, she became unforgettable. we must not forget the cultural context of these myths. To the Greeks, women who violated boundaries, intentionally or not, often faced dire consequences. The myths of Callisto, transformed into a bear for breaking her vow of chastity, or Daphne, pursued by Apollo until she begged for escape and was turned into a laurel tree, remind us of how often female figures bore the brunt of divine whims. Medusa belongs to this sorrowful pattern. Yet even as a monster, she was not wholly reviled. Her head, once severed, became a symbol of protection. Athena paradoxically placed it upon her aegis. Soldiers carried it into battle, carved upon their shields to frighten enemies. How strange that the goddess who cursed Medusa would later appropriate her image as a source of power. But this too was Greek logic. That which is most fearsome can also serve as a talisman. It is worth pausing here to consider the psychology of the petrifying gaze. To be turned to stone is, quite literally, to be paralyzed with fear. The metaphor is baked into our language even today. We speak of being frozen in terror. Medusa's power was not simply that she killed, but that she immobilized. She robbed her victims of agency, locking them in place forever. For a society deeply concerned with honor, motion, and action, such a fate was worse than death. It was death with humiliation, a permanent reminder of weakness. And so Medusa became more than a monster. She became a symbol of a fate to be dreaded, and by extension, a symbol of divine punishment. To look upon her was to be reminded of one's limits. No warrior, however skilled, could resist the simple act of sight. No shield or spear could save you from the treachery of your own eyes. There is also something of a cosmic balance in her story. The Greeks believed in hubris, the sin of overstepping mortal boundaries, and in Nemesis, the retribution that followed. Medusa, once admired for her beauty, became a warning of how swiftly fortune could turn. To go from celebrated maiden to monstrous exile was to embody the precariousness of human life, a lesson the Greeks never tired of telling. Yet despite her terrifying form, she retains a trace of humanity. Unlike her immortal sisters, she can die. Unlike the other monsters, she has a past, a before and after. We are invited to imagine her not just as a beast, but as a woman who suffered unjustly, who lived with a curse she did not choose. Perhaps this is why she has continued to fascinate for millennia. She is both terrifying and sympathetic, a paradox wrapped in serpents. And so, in this stage of her story, Medusa stands apart from her sisters, marked by mortality, cursed with serpents. Her beauty turned to horror. She lives not in the bustling world of men, but in the distant reaches, a reminder of divine power and human fragility. She is no longer merely one of many children of the sea, but a figure destined for confrontation, her fate sealed in the imaginations of poets and listeners alike. As the Greeks told her story, perhaps by firelight or in the open air of a symposium, one imagines their listeners leaning closer, caught between fear and pity. For here was a tale not only of a monster, but of a maiden undone by forces far beyond her control. A story of transformation, of punishment, and of a beauty that became both her gift and her curse. Yet Medusa's case feels particularly poignant, perhaps because of her lingering humanity. She did not ask for her beauty. She did not ask for Poseidon's pursuit, and she certainly did not ask to be turned into a monster. In her fate, we glimpse a reflection of ancient society's unease with female power. A beautiful woman might attract desire, but too much beauty was dangerous. A woman might serve in a temple, but one misstep, or even no misstep at all, could spell disaster. Medusa embodies these anxieties, and so, from that moment onward, she was cast out, destined to live on the fringes of the world. Different authors place her in different locations, some in Libya, others at the edge of Oceanus, the great river encircling the world. Always, though, she is beyond reach, on the margins of human habitation. There, in solitude, she became the figure that would haunt the imagination for centuries. If you picture her wandering those lonely places, you might almost feel sympathy. She did not choose her fate, and yet she bore it with a kind of grim endurance. She became a guardian of thresholds, a warning carved into the very fabric of myth. Beware the power of gods, beware the peril of beauty, beware the fragile line between mortal and monster. The story of her curse also raises questions about Athena herself. The goddess is often portrayed as wise, rational, the protector of heroes. Yet here her actions appear harsh, even cruel. It reminds us that the gods of Greece were not paragons of morality. They were powerful, yes, but also capricious, flawed, and deeply human in their emotions. In punishing Medusa, Athena revealed the darker side of divine justice, a justice more concerned with symbolism than fairness. And yet, perhaps, that is precisely why these myths endured. They mirrored the contradictions of life itself. Justice was not always fair. The innocent often suffered. Beauty could be as perilous as ugliness. Power could both protect and destroy. Medusa's curse is not simply a tale of divine wrath. It is a meditation on the precariousness of existence. As Greek listeners heard the tale, perhaps they nodded in recognition. For who among them had not seen a neighbour punished unfairly? Who had not known the capriciousness of fortune, the way the sea could shift from calm to storm in the blink of an eye? Medusa's story, though wrapped in serpents and stone, spoke to a deeper truth. Life is rarely just, and survival often comes at the cost of transformation. And so, cursed and cast out, Medusa takes her place in the mythic landscape, not yet slain, not yet the severed head upon Athena's shield, but already transformed into something unforgettable. She is a reminder that even the gods, with all their wisdom and splendour, could be as unfair and as flawed as the mortals who worshipped them. The Temple of Athena is a curious stage upon which to place one of the most consequential episodes of Medusa's story. To the Greeks, temples were not simply stone buildings but living sanctuaries, places where the divine and the mortal brushed shoulders. A temple was the home of a god, and to step inside was to step onto sacred ground, heavy with the presence of the divine. It is within one such space that Medusa's fate took its most infamous turn. The myths tell us that Medusa, still mortal and still beautiful, served as a priestess of Athena. To serve in such a role was a profound honour. Priestesses were expected to remain chaste, their lives devoted to the goddess. One can imagine her tending to the rituals, perhaps arranging offerings of olive oil and garlands, perhaps weaving, as Athena herself was the patroness of the loom. Her life might have been one of quiet devotion, in stark contrast to the turmoil awaiting her. Enter Poseidon. Now Poseidon was not known for his restraint, as we have mentioned before. He was as unpredictable as the sea he governed, capable of calm one moment and tempestuous rage the next. To this day, sailors are wary of the sea's sudden shifts, and in the mythic imagination, Poseidon personified that volatility. He desired Medusa, and desire in mythology seldom ended well for mortals. Whether we interpret his actions as seduction or as assault, the outcome is the same. The sacred temple was defiled. For Athena, this was an outrage. Imagine, if you will, someone barging into your living room and turning it into the scene of a scandal. Multiply that feeling 1,000-fold, and you have some sense of the goddess's fury. Yet, in a twist that strikes modern ears as profoundly unjust, Athena did not turn her wrath upon Poseidon. He, after all, was her uncle, an Olympian of equal rank. To strike against him would risk divine conflict of a scale that might tear the heavens apart. Instead, she directed her anger toward Medusa. It is here that Medusa's story tilts fully into tragedy. The priestess, punished not for her own crime, but for being caught in the wrong place at the wrong time, became the vessel of Athena's vengeance. The goddess transformed her hair into serpents, her face into something dreadful, her very gaze into a weapon that froze men in stone. One imagines the horror of that first moment, her hair writhing, her reflection unbearable, her isolation instantaneous. Now, from one angle, this reads like cruelty of the highest order. Yet myths are often layered, and some later interpreters have seen in Athena's curse a kind of dark protection. No longer would Medusa be vulnerable to the predations of men. No longer could she be touched against her will. Her monstrous form made her untouchable, her gaze a shield as much as a weapon. Was Athena saving her priestess in the only way she knew how, or was she condemning her to solitude? The ancients do not say. To the Greeks, snakes carried rich symbolism. They slithered between life and death, vanishing underground in winter, reappearing in spring. They guarded sacred spaces and were associated with chthonic gods of the underworld. Serpents adorned the staff of Asclepius, god of healing, even as they inspired terror in daily life. To give Medusa a crown of snakes was to bind her irrevocably to this liminal world of death and rebirth. She was no longer simply mortal. She was something else entirely, perched on the threshold of the human and the monstrous. It is worth pausing to imagine the cultural power of this transformation. Greek audiences, hearing the tale, would have been struck by its drama. Here was a woman, once a priestess, now forced to live in exile. Her beauty, once admired, had been turned into its opposite. Where she had been adored, she was now feared. She had crossed an invisible boundary, from celebrated mortal to outcast creature. And yet, in that transformation lay power. For the first time, she was no longer at the mercy of gods or men. Athena herself, paradoxical though it seems, later came to wield Medusa's image. The goddess affixed the gorgoneon, the severed head of Medusa, to her aegis, her shield or cloak, to terrify her enemies. This is the strange irony of Medusa's curse. She became both punished and useful, both victim and weapon. The Greeks had a habit of recycling their myths, and Medusa's fate illustrates how the line between curse and blessing was often blurred. Now, one might chuckle a little at the divine double standards. Poseidon causes the scandal, and Medusa receives the punishment. It is a familiar theme in Greek mythology. Gods behaving badly, mortals paying the price. Poor Actaeon glimpses Artemis bathing, and is promptly torn apart by his own hounds. Niobe boasts of her children, and Apollo and Artemis slaughtered them to teach her humility. The pattern is clear. When the divine is offended, mortals suffer, whether guilty or not. Exile is a cruel companion. Once transformed into her serpent-crowned state, Medusa was driven from the world of men, condemned to the lonely wilderness at the edges of Greek imagination. The poets tell us she dwelled far away, in lands scarcely charted, beyond Libya, perhaps even near Oceanus, the vast river said to encircle the earth, in a time when geography was as much myth as map. To say someone lived at the edge meant not just physical distance, but spiritual otherness. Medusa became a creature of thresholds, stationed at the very boundary between the human world and the unknown. It is a bleak picture to conjure. Imagine her wandering barren coasts, the wind hissing through rocks, while her serpentine hair provided its own sinister chorus. Each hiss might have been a reminder of Athena's curse, a constant soundtrack of her misfortune. No bustling marketplace, no temple rituals, no companions, only solitude and the terrible knowledge that her very gaze meant death for any who stumbled across her path. Even the bravest traveller, should they chance upon her lair, would have had mere moments before turning to stone. And so, with every new statue, her loneliness grew, for her companions were frozen reminders of encounters that ended too quickly. Here lies a fascinating paradox. She was cursed for being violated in a sacred space, punished for beauty, and then rendered so terrifying that she could never again be approached. Yet in that solitude there was a strange, reluctant power. No man could harm her. No god dared to try again. For the first time, perhaps, Medusa was safe, but safety purchased at the cost of complete isolation. The Greeks were fascinated with monsters who lived at the margins of the world. The Gorgons, of whom Medusa was the youngest, were described in Hesiod's Theogony as dwelling near the night world, close to the Hesperides, the nymphs who tended the golden apples. Steno and Euryale, Medusa's sisters, were immortal, while she alone was mortal. This detail is crucial. Her mortality meant her story had a definite conclusion, unlike her sisters who would persist eternally. It also suggests that the Greeks used her figure as a moral lesson. Monsters who cannot die are the stuff of eternal fear, but Medusa's mortality meant she could eventually be conquered, her power contained. One might imagine her sisters as her only company in those barren lands. Later poets made much of their grief when she was slain, their wails echoing through the night. For now, though, it is uncertain whether they dwelled together or apart. Some accounts suggest a tight-knit trio, bound in sisterhood against the world. Others portray Medusa as solitary, her curse too heavy even for her kin to share. In either telling, hers was a life that could not return to what it had been. Let us turn for a moment to the Greek view of monsters more broadly. To them, monstrosity often marked boundaries between life and death, between the civilized and the wild, between Greece and the barbarian lands beyond. Medusa embodied all three. She was alive, yes, but with the death gaze that instantly ended others. She dwelled outside the Greek world, in places uncharted, and she was both human and not human, familiar yet profoundly alien. In this sense, she symbolized everything uncertain, everything uncontrollable. Her serpentine crown only deepens the symbolism. Snakes were feared, but also revered. They crept into tombs and houses alike, appearing in stories as omens. The household gods of Athens, the Agathos daemon, sometimes took the form of serpents. In Egypt, too, snakes symbolised protection and divine power. Thus, Medusa's snake hair was not simply grotesque decoration. It tied her to a web of associations that made her even more potent. She was dreadful, but also sacred. Dangerous, but also protective. This may explain why her image appeared so widely in art. From the 6th century BCE onwards, the gorgoneion, the stylized head of Medusa, was carved into temples, shields, breastplates, and even drinking cups. It was apotropaic, meaning it was used to ward off evil. Rather amusing, really. While the myth says Medusa herself was shunned and feared, her likeness was everywhere, pressed into service as a sort of supernatural burglar alarm. Imagine being so terrifying that people put your face on their door knockers for safety. An honour of sorts, though I suspect Medusa herself would have been less than flattered. Still, life in exile would have been slow, each day marked by the monotony of survival. The Greeks rarely described what Medusa did in her solitude, but one can imagine her haunting rocky caves, watching the horizon, waiting for the occasional unfortunate sailor or wandering hero to stumble her way. Each encounter must have ended the same. Another figure, frozen mid-motion. A grim statue to add to her growing collection. Did she grow used to it, or did it torment her? Did she speak to them, as though to companions who never replied? We cannot know, though the thought is haunting. Her mortality also gave her life urgency. She may have known, even then, that a hero would one day come for her. After all, Greek mythology is replete with such patterns. Monsters exist to be slain, their deaths proof of the hero's glory. One imagines that as she sat among her stony victims, she wondered which son of Zeus, or which cunning mortal favoured by a god, would be the one to end her. That is the cruel symmetry of Greek myth. Mortals suffer not only to serve the whims of gods, but also to provide stepping stones for the triumphs of heroes. And yet, as time passed, her legend grew. Stories of her petrifying gaze travelled across the Mediterranean. Traders, soldiers, and poets spread the tale. To the Greeks, she was a figure of terror. To others, she might have seemed almost divine, a guardian of hidden lands. Even her name carried power. In Greek, Medusa derives from the word medein, meaning to guard or to protect. So even in her curse, even in her exile, she was more than a victim. She was a symbol of guardianship, albeit in fearsome form. The Romans, centuries later, would embrace this symbolism fully. Medusa's head appeared on mosaics, coins, and armour. Even the Emperor Alexander Severus displayed her image as a talisman. Her isolation had become her fame, her suffering transformed into cultural power. There is an irony here as sharp as any in Greek tragedy. The woman cast out for desecration became a universal emblem of protection. But to return to the lonely figure herself, imagine the silence of those nights. Stars wheeling above, waves crashing against distant rocks, and Medusa alone, cursed by a goddess, abandoned by humanity, haunted by serpents that whispered ceaselessly around her head. There is something profoundly sad in it, yet also strangely noble. She endured. For years, perhaps decades, she endured. And though her fate was written, her endurance itself is worthy of remembrance. It is also here, in this chapter of her tale, that we can reflect upon how myths function as mirrors of human anxiety. The Greeks feared exile, feared dishonour, feared the loneliness of being cut off from the polis, the community. Medusa embodied all these fears. She was the outcast, the unapproachable, the ultimate foreigner. Yet she also represented a kind of liberation. Cut free from society, she answered to no man, no law. Hers was the dangerous freedom of the wilderness. This tension between curse and liberation, victimhood and power, is what makes Medusa endlessly compelling. She is not a one-note monster, snarling and slain in a single breath. She is layered, a priestess wronged, a woman punished, a creature feared, a guardian revered. In her exile, all these layers converged, and so, as she lingered at the world's edge, her legend grew. Her image multiplied, and her name etched itself into the cultural memory of Greece and beyond. She was no longer merely Medusa the woman. She was Medusa the idea, eternal, haunting, both feared and strangely admired. Every story that begins with a monster in exile, sooner or later, attracts a hero. Greek mythology has a particular fondness for such encounters. A dreadful creature is placed at the far reaches of the world, and eventually some plucky mortal, usually with divine parentage or sponsorship, is sent to tidy up the matter. It is almost as if the universe of Greek myth worked like a cosmic filing cabinet. Monsters were paperwork, and heroes were dispatched to keep everything neatly in order. And in the case of Medusa, the man who opened her file was Perseus. Now, Perseus was no ordinary adventurer. He was rather conveniently the son of Zeus himself. His mother Danae had been locked away in a bronze chamber by her father Acrisius, king of Argos. Acrisius had heard a prophecy that his grandson would one day kill him, an occupational hazard for Greek kings, who might have done better to avoid having daughters at all, given how often these prophecies came true. Zeus, in one of his less subtle disguises, transformed into a shower of golden rain and impregnated Danae despite the bronze prison. The result was Perseus, a child already marked for greatness. From his earliest days, Perseus lived under a cloud of danger. Acrisius, unwilling to kill his daughter and grandson outright, perhaps out of fear of divine retribution, placed them in a wooden chest and cast them adrift at sea. They washed ashore on the island of Seriphos, where they were taken in by a kindly fisherman named Dictys. The boy grew into manhood there, protected by his mother and guided by fortune. But fortune in Greek myth has a way of calling in its debts. The king of Seriphos, Polydectes, eventually developed an unseemly desire for Danae. Perseus, being the dutiful son, opposed the match, which annoyed Polydectes considerably. Seeking to rid himself of this troublesome young man, the king announced a banquet at which every guest must bring a horse as a gift. Perseus, who had no horse, boasted rashly that he could bring something better, the head of Medusa. It was the sort of bold statement that sounds impressive at the time, but tends to cause regret in the morning. Polydectes, seizing the opportunity, sent Perseus on his way. Now, this was not a suicide mission precisely, though it would have been for anyone else. The gods had their eye on Perseus. Athena, who seemed to have complicated feelings about Medusa, half disgust, half fascination, favoured the young man. Hermes, ever the trickster, lent his help as well. Between them, Perseus was outfitted like a hero from a divine catalogue. From Athena, he received a polished bronze shield, bright enough to serve as a mirror. From Hermes, he gained a sharp, curved sword. The nymphs of the north, meanwhile, offered him a magic bag, the kibisis, to safely contain Medusa's head. And finally, the god Hades provided the helm of darkness, a cap that rendered the wearer invisible. One might say Perseus was not so much heroic as generously accessorized. Even with such equipment, Perseus still faced the daunting task of finding Medusa, who lived at the edge of the world. To accomplish this, he first sought out the gayi, 3 ancient sisters who shared between them a single eye and a single tooth. One imagines family meals being rather awkward, with each sister constantly waiting her turn. Perseus, showing the kind of practical ruthlessness heroes often displayed, stole their eye and refused to return it until they told him where to find the Gorgons. With their reluctant guidance, he set off, armed, equipped, and now properly informed. As Perseus approached Medusa's dwelling, one imagines the silence of the place broken only by the hissing of serpents and the unsettling stillness of stone statues. These petrified figures were once men, hunters, adventurers, perhaps the occasional hapless wanderer, frozen mid-motion, arms raised, mouths open, forever caught in that instant of terror. To walk among them must have been eerie indeed, like entering a gallery where every sculpture screamed of its final moments. It was a fitting guard for Medusa, who lingered inside, perhaps weary, perhaps resigned, perhaps simply unaware that her fate was about to change. The shield was Perseus's salvation. He dared not look directly at her, for to do so was to risk instant transformation into stone. Instead, he used the reflection in Athena's polished bronze to guide his movements. One might picture him creeping slowly, carefully, a warrior advancing not by sight but by shimmer. And there, at last, he saw her. Not in beauty as she once was, but in terror as she had become. Her hair writhed with serpents. Her face was both human and inhuman. Her presence dreadful enough to chill even a demigod's heart. As she slept, Perseus struck. With a single stroke of Hermes' sword, he severed her head. The myths are strangely quiet about whether she cried out, whether she stirred at the last moment, whether her serpents hissed in alarm. What they do tell us is that from her blood sprang Pegasus, the winged horse, and Chrysaor, a warrior born fully armed. These children, fathered by Poseidon, emerged at the moment of her death. A peculiar birth, grotesque yet strangely beautiful. To kill Medusa was not simply to end her life. It was to unleash new beings into the world. Perseus quickly tucked the head into the kibisis, knowing that even in death, her gaze retained its petrifying power. This detail is worth dwelling upon. Most monsters, once slain, lose their potency. But Medusa's head was so powerful that it remained dangerous even after separation from her body. It was a grim testament to the magnitude of Athena's curse. At this point, Perseus had accomplished his task, but the story does not end so neatly. Heroes rarely complete their quests without complications. Medusa's immortal sisters, Stheno and Euryale, awoke and howled in grief. They pursued Perseus furiously, but with the helm of darkness, he vanished from their sight. One imagines their anguish echoing across the barren landscape, their cries both rage and mourning. For though they were monsters, they were also sisters, and the loss of Medusa struck them deeply. In their lament, we hear perhaps the only voices in myth that truly grieve for her. And so Perseus departed, carrying in his bag the head of a woman, once priestess, once victim, now reduced to a trophy. It is easy, from the modern perspective, to feel uneasy about this. Was Perseus a hero, or merely the instrument of further injustice? The ancients, of course, celebrated him as both cunning and brave. To slay a monster without even looking at her was no small feat. Yet if we pause and consider Medusa's story, hers was a life twisted by others, by Poseidon, by Athena, and now by Perseus. She was, in a sense, a pawn in the great game of gods and heroes, but the Greeks did not see her so simply. They saw in her death the release of Pegasus, a symbol of inspiration who would later serve heroes and even inspire poets. They saw in her head a weapon of divine justice, a tool Athena herself would adopt. To them, Medusa was not merely tragic, she was transformative. Her end gave rise to new beginnings. Her curse became a source of power for others. One might smile, if grimly, at the irony. Medusa, exiled and despised, was suddenly more useful in death than she had ever been in life. Athena, who once cursed her, would now proudly display her image. Heroes, kings, and emperors would wield her likeness for centuries. The woman punished for desecration became, in the end, a universal emblem of protection. It is, as ever, the cruel poetry of myth. And so, with her head in a bag and her body left behind, the chapter of Medusa's exile closes. But her influence was far from finished, for Perseus would return with his prize, and the world, gods and men alike, would learn just how potent the severed head of a Gorgon could be. Perseus did not simply take Medusa's head, present it to Polydectes, and call it a day. Oh no, that would have been far too simple, and the Greeks, as ever, preferred their heroes' journeys long and circuitous. The slaying of Medusa, dramatic though it was, marked only the midpoint of Perseus's adventures. With the head secured in the kibbasis, Perseus now carried a weapon both dreadful and marvellous, a gaze that could petrify even after death. One can imagine the mixed feelings he must have had. Pride, yes, but also a certain nervousness. Carrying a severed head in a bag is disquieting enough. Carrying one that might turn you and your friends into stone if you peek at the wrong moment, even more so. His flight from the lair of the Gorgons was aided, as we have said, by the Helm of Darkness. With it, Perseus vanished from sight, slipping past Stheno and Euryale as they raged. Their cries, echoing across the barren landscape, must have pursued him in his dreams long after. It is tempting to feel for them, immortals, condemned to watch their sister fall while unable to follow her into death. The Greeks loved a tragic symmetry, and the grief of Medusa's sisters was one such echo. From here, Perseus's journey became a catalogue of episodes, each showcasing the power of Medusa's head. One of the most famous occurred when he flew, yes, flew, over distant lands. Accounts differ whether he rode Pegasus, newly born from Medusa's blood, or whether Hermes' winged sandals bore him instead. Either way, the image of a young hero soaring across the world, carrying a deadly head in his satchel, is among the most enduring in mythology. The Greeks did enjoy their aerial heroes. It gave them a sense that their myths could quite literally rise above the ordinary. It was during this homeward journey that Perseus encountered Andromeda. Her story, like so many in Greek myth, begins with hubris. Her mother, Queen Cassiopeia, had boasted that her daughter's beauty surpassed even that of the Nereids, sea nymphs beloved of Poseidon. The god of the sea, never one to overlook a slight, sent a sea monster to ravage the coast. To appease him, Andromeda was chained to a rock as a sacrifice. Perseus, swooping in like a demigod from the heavens, found her there. It is difficult not to imagine the scene as painted later by Renaissance artists. The maiden bound, the waves crashing, the hero descending with sword and bag. Perseus slew the monster, some say with Medusa's head, others with his blade, and freed Andromeda, later taking her as his wife. A convenient romance, one might note, but then myths rarely concern themselves with courtship details. In this moment, though, Medusa's presence lingered. Her head, though silent, was the secret ally. Whether directly employed against the beast, or simply looming as a possibility, it gave Perseus a power no other man could wield. Medusa, even in death, continued to shape events. Her tragedy turned into a hero's triumph. After Andromeda's rescue, Perseus faced further trials. He attended a feast held by Andromeda's family, during which rivals contested his right to marry her. Outnumbered, Perseus resorted to his grisly weapon. Drawing forth the head, he turned his enemies into stone on the spot. One can picture the hall mid-revelry, cups lifted, arguments shouted, and then suddenly silence, every face frozen in horror, immortalized in marble-like stillness. It was the sort of efficient conflict resolution rarely recommended in polite society. In these stories, the head becomes less a trophy and more a tool, an all-purpose device for removing obstacles. Monster-threatening maiden, head. Overcrowded banquet with quarrelsome in-laws, head. Later, when Perseus finally returned to Seriphos, he confronted King Polydectes, the man who had tricked him into this deadly quest. Polydectes, unsurprisingly, was less than pleased to see the young hero back alive, let alone carrying the most dangerous object in the world. Perseus, wasting little time, revealed Medusa's face. The king and his courtiers stiffened into stone where they stood, leaving Dictys, the kindly fisherman, to assume the throne. It is hard not to admire the neatness of this resolution. One flash of horror, and a tyrant removed. In this way, Perseus used Medusa's head again and again, as if it were a sort of divine shortcut. And here we might pause to consider the symbolism. For the Greeks, monsters often embodied chaos, danger, the untamed forces of nature. Heroes who defeated them symbolized civilization's triumph, order imposed upon disorder. But Medusa was unique. She did not simply vanish with her slayer. Her power lived on, transferred to those who possessed her head. The chaos she represented could never be entirely eliminated. Instead, it was harnessed, domesticated, placed at the service of others. Athena herself would later adopt the Gorgonean as her emblem, sewing it into her aegis as a protective emblem. In this, Medusa became not only a monster slain, but a perpetual guardian. The ancients seemed oddly comfortable with this contradiction. To them, Medusa was both terrifying and protective. Her visage warded off evil, even as it embodied terror itself. In temples across Greece, her image stared down at visitors, tongue lolling, fangs bared, snakes writhing. Children must have peered up at those grimacing faces, half frightened, half reassured. That duality, fear as protection, remains one of the most fascinating elements of her story. Meanwhile, Perseus's life, bolstered by the possession of such a weapon, became a cascade of victories. He secured Andromeda, toppled Polydectes, restored honour to his mother, and eventually returned the divine gifts he had borrowed. The head, however, he presented to Athena. Here, the cycle closed in a bitter irony. The goddess who had cursed Medusa now claimed her head as a trophy. With it affixed to her aegis, Athena marched into battle, her enemies quailing at the sight. One might almost hear Medusa sigh, if heads could sigh, at the final indignity of serving forever as a symbol for the deity who had punished her so cruelly. And yet, there is another way to read it. Athena, in keeping the head, immortalized Medusa. Far from being forgotten, she became a permanent emblem of divine power. Her likeness spread across the Mediterranean, etched into coins, carved into stone, painted on pottery. The outcast priestess, condemned to solitude, became the most recognizable face of apotropaic magic. What greater irony could myth provide? One might chuckle, though softly, at the practicality of it all. The gods were not sentimental. They did not wring their hands over fairness or justice. Instead, they repurposed what was useful. Medusa had once been a problem, now she was an asset. Athena did not waste assets. She transformed her victim into her emblem, her disgrace into her shield. In a sense, Athena completed what she began. She turned Medusa into something untouchable, something that would forever guard, even if unwillingly. And thus Perseus, though remembered for his heroism, became little more than the courier of Medusa's power. His role was important, yes, but temporary. Medusa, for all her tragedy, endured in the cultural imagination far longer than her slayer. When we speak of Perseus, we recall his killing of Medusa. When we speak of Medusa, we do not primarily recall her death, but her power, her image, her gaze. Even in defeat, she eclipsed her conqueror. And so chapter 7 closes with this uneasy truth, that Medusa's story did not end with the swing of a sword. It continued in every shield, every temple, every coin that bore her face. Her head, severed though it was, lived on longer than any mortal life, and her story, tragic though it remained, became one of the most enduring in all of Greek mythology. The tale now drifts to one of the most famous and oft retold episodes in all of Greek mythology, the moment when Perseus confronted the dread Medusa. One must picture it not as a hurried, frantic duel, as later painters like to imagine, with dramatic brushstrokes and tumbling drapery, but as a careful, divinely orchestrated encounter, every step guided by the whims of the gods. Ancient storytelling rarely left such matters to chance. If a mortal was to face down a monster capable of turning him into an attractive garden ornament with a single glance, then divine equipment was really the least the gods could provide. Perseus, we recall, had already been plucked from obscurity by Zeus and Danae's unusual family situation, and had grown into a young man who seemed destined for something greater than a fisherman's life on Seriphos. Polydectes, the island's king with more ambition than common sense, challenged Perseus to fetch the head of Medusa. This was not so much a polite request as a death sentence dressed in mythic form. Yet, as in all Greek tales, the impossible errand was precisely the one that heroes were sent upon. Now, before Perseus could even think about approaching Medusa, he required tools, and here the gods demonstrated a certain generosity. Hermes, the fleet-footed messenger, lent him winged sandals, though one wonders whether they came with any sort of warranty. Athena, ever the strategist, provided him with a polished shield, not merely shiny but reflective to the point of acting as a divine mirror. Hades' helm of darkness, a kind of invisibility cap that would have made any modern spy envious, was also added to the ensemble. Finally, Perseus was given a keen, curved blade, sometimes said to be adamantine, harder than any earthly metal. The equipment list, one must admit, reads like the inventory of a particularly well-stocked video game character. Equipped thus, Perseus set out. But locating Medusa was no simple task, for she did not live conveniently near any well-marked road. No, her lair was said to be at the very edges of the known world, in a landscape of perpetual twilight. Some ancient geographers placed her home in Libya, others on the shores of the Great Ocean, while later Roman authors preferred more fanciful locations. The vagueness itself was rather useful, for monsters, as we have seen, are always tucked away where ordinary folk cannot stumble upon them while out gathering firewood. To find the Gorgons, Perseus first had to visit the Gayi, those strange sisters who shared one eye and one tooth among the three of them. One imagines family dinners being somewhat complicated affairs. With characteristic trickery, Perseus seized their eye and refused to return it until they revealed the way to Medusa's dwelling. It is perhaps one of the earliest recorded examples of effective hostage negotiation, albeit with ophthalmological overtones. Once he had the directions, he politely gave back the eye, which, one presumes, was not terribly hygienic after being passed around like a pebble. Thus guided, Perseus made his way to the lair where the Gorgons dwelt. Here it is worth pausing to consider what the Greeks thought about such monstrous abodes. They were not neat caverns or tidy grottos, but eerie landscapes where petrified men and beasts stood frozen, silent reminders of Medusa's gaze. To walk among them would have been like strolling through a macabre sculpture garden, every figure a warning. Later, poets emphasized this uncanny stillness, the hush of a place where life had literally been stopped mid-motion. At last, Perseus approached, but remember, to look directly upon Medusa was instant doom. This is where Athena's polished shield became the true hero of the tale. Perseus, keeping his eyes fixed on the reflection rather than the actual figure, crept forward. The strategy may seem obvious in hindsight, yet in the context of myth it carried deeper meaning. Wisdom and caution triumphing over rash bravery. One cannot help but think that many a young Greek listening to the tale was being taught, quite gently, that cunning and prudence were just as valuable as muscle. As Perseus drew near, Medusa herself was asleep. Here the myth becomes strangely tender. The monstrous figure, who had once been a beautiful maiden, lay in slumber. One wonders whether the storytellers inserted this detail to soften the horror or to underline the tragic vulnerability of even the most feared creature. There is little evidence she had done anything recently to warrant execution. Her mere existence was enough to justify the heroic deed. Greek myths, it seems, were not always fair in their distribution of justice. With steady hand, guided by Athena herself, Perseus struck. His curved blade sliced cleanly, and in that instant, the legend tells us, Medusa's head was severed from her body. Yet her story didn't end there, for from the blood of her neck sprang two remarkable offspring, the winged horse Pegasus and the giant Chrysa, often depicted with a golden sword. This curious birth puzzled ancient commentators. How could such noble beings emerge from a monster's death? Some saw it as symbolic, a reminder that even from violence and tragedy, beauty and power might arise. Others simply accepted it as one of those mythic quirks. Greeks, after all, were accustomed to gods springing from the severed remains of other gods. The scene of Medusa's beheading became one of the most frequently illustrated episodes in Greek art. Vase painters delighted in showing Perseus with his shield angled, sword poised, while the Gorgon's serpentine locks writhed. Interestingly, early depictions of Medusa were grotesque, with tusks and bulging eyes, but by the classical period artists increasingly portrayed her with a sorrowful, almost beautiful face. Perhaps over time, sympathy for the cursed maiden crept into the collective imagination. Having secured the grisly trophy, Perseus wasted no time in making his escape, for Medusa's sisters, Stheno and Euryale, were very much awake and furious. Donning the cap of invisibility, Perseus vanished from their sight, while his winged sandals whisked him away. It is a neat conclusion, though one cannot help but feel for the immortal sisters, doomed to grieve eternally, unable to avenge their siblings' death. The Greeks were often comfortable with leaving loose threads dangling in their myths, preferring poetic injustice to tidy resolution. Now, what of Medusa's head itself? Here the myth grows stranger still. Severed though it was, the head retained its petrifying power. Perseus carried it with him, using it as both shield and weapon. This, too, had symbolic depth. The very thing that had made Medusa feared became a tool of triumph once harnessed by a hero. In the ancient world, such logic resonated. Danger, when mastered, becomes strength. Let us not forget, however, that behind the heroic triumph lay a woman's tragedy. Modern interpreters, particularly in the last century, have re-examined Medusa's tale, reading in it themes of violation, victimhood, and the silencing of women's voices. To the ancients, she was a monster slain by a champion. To us, she may also be a symbol of injustice. The duality makes the myth all the more enduring, for it speaks differently to each generation. Even in antiquity, the tale of Perseus and Medusa held powerful resonance. Temples bore images of the Gorgoneion, the Gorgon's head, as a protective emblem warding off evil. Soldiers carried shields emblazoned with her face, not unlike how Perseus had borne the real thing. In this way, the monster slain at the edge of the world lived on, not as a forgotten corpse, but as an enduring presence across Greek society. One imagines the ancient listener, perhaps reclining on a couch at a symposium, hearing this tale with a mixture of awe and reassurance. Monsters might lurk in the shadows of the world, but with divine aid and a steady heart, they could be defeated. It was a comforting thought, especially in a culture where storms could sink ships, plagues could devastate cities, and war was never far away. The myth promised that even the most terrible adversary could be overcome. And so, the beheading of Medusa stands as a turning point. It is not merely the end of her life, but the beginning of her afterlife as a symbol, an artifact, and a source of power. Perseus would go on to many further adventures, but none would resonate so deeply as this moment of poised blade and mirrored shield. The monster's death was the hero's making, and yet the monster herself, paradoxically, would never die in memory. As we drift gently onward through the story, we can almost see the flicker of torchlight on the cavern walls, hear the faint hiss of serpents silenced, and feel the hush of that twilight land where statues stood unmoving. It is a quiet moment in myth, paradoxical in its violence, yet curiously still, like a breath held before the world exhaled again. And perhaps, just perhaps, in the long arc of history, Medusa's gaze still lingers, not to terrify, but to remind us of the uneasy boundary between beauty and terror, justice and cruelty, mortality and myth. The tale of Medusa might have ended with the swish of Perseus's blade and the sudden silence of her serpents. But myths, like rivers, seldom stop so abruptly. They twist and meander, finding new channels, and Medusa's story continues not in her life, but in the strange afterlife of her severed head. Few objects in the ancient imagination carried such paradoxical significance. Here was a trophy both terrifying and protective, a grotesque relic that offered salvation while radiating dread. Perseus may have escaped from the Gorgon's lair, but he did not leave the power of Medusa behind. He carried it with him, dangling, one imagines, in a sack that must have been rather awkward at social gatherings. The earliest use Perseus found for the head was not decorative, nor was it practical in the sense of hanging it over the fireplace. Instead, it became a weapon more potent than any sword. The very gaze that had brought terror to wandering adventurers was now under his control. There is a curious irony in this. Medusa had never asked to possess such power, and it had made her an exile. Yet once placed in the hands of a hero, it became celebrated. One might call this a double standard, though the ancient Greeks, in their wisdom or their blindness, seldom noticed. One of the first victims of this grisly weapon was none other than the Titan Atlas. As Perseus journeyed westward, he encountered the giant who held the heavens upon his shoulders, a tiring occupation by any measure. Atlas, however, was not in the mood for visitors. When Perseus asked for hospitality, Atlas refused, perhaps fearing some prophecy that a son of Zeus would bring about his downfall. Rather than arguing the matter or writing a polite complaint to Mount Olympus, Perseus simply unveiled the Gorgon's head. Atlas was turned instantly into a mountain range, his massive frame frozen into stone. Ancient storytellers delighted in explaining geological features in this manner, and the Atlas Mountains of North Africa became a lasting reminder of the Titan's inhospitable manners. One suspects the local shepherds were not consulted about having a giant plonked onto their landscape. Next, the head found use in an altogether different setting, an encounter with a sea monster. On his travels, Perseus came upon the Princess Andromeda, chained to a rock as a sacrifice to a creature sent by Poseidon. The poor girl's plight was the result of her mother Cassiopeia's vanity, a reminder that in Greek myth, one's relatives could be as dangerous as any monster. Perseus, ever the gallant hero, intervened. Accounts differ. Some say he used the sword, others claim it was the Gorgon's head that did the trick. But in every version, the monster was slain, Andromeda was freed, and a marriage was conveniently arranged. One can only imagine how the in-laws must have reacted when Perseus introduced himself as the young man carrying around a petrifying head in a bag. But Perseus's travels were not over. With Medusa's head in tow, he eventually returned to Seriphos, where King Polydectes had been plotting all along. The king's unwelcome attentions towards Danae, Perseus's mother, had been the true reason for the perilous quest. When Perseus strode into the court and revealed his prize, Polydectes and his supporters were turned to stone on the spot. One can picture the awkward silence as courtiers froze mid-sentence, mid-toast, perhaps even mid-yawn. The threat to his family was ended, though the decor of the palace was now considerably heavier and less conversational. Having concluded these dramatic episodes, Perseus had little further need for the head, and here the myth brings us back to Athena. It was she, after all, who had guided Perseus and supplied the crucial mirrored shield. In gratitude, or perhaps simply to avoid further accidents at family gatherings, Perseus presented the head to the goddess. Athena, in her practical way, affixed it to her aegis. Whether a shield or a breastplate, sources vary. There it remained, a terrifying emblem, flashing forth in battle to scatter enemies. One must admire Athena's resourcefulness. Where others saw a dangerous relic, she saw a long-term military asset. The presence of the Gorgon's head on Athena's aegis had broader cultural significance. It was not merely a mythic detail, but a motif echoed across Greek art and architecture. The Gorgoneion, a stylized depiction of Medusa's face, began to appear on temple pediments, pottery, coins, and even doorways. To the Greeks, it served as an apotropaic symbol, a charm to ward off evil. The idea was straightforward. What could be more effective at scaring away harm than a face so dreadful it could turn men to stone? In this sense, Medusa's image, though born of tragedy, became one of protection. This transformation from horror to safeguard is one of the more curious aspects of Greek religion. The ancients were not squeamish about blending fear and reverence. A terrifying symbol could be comforting, so long as it pointed outwards, keeping evil at bay. The Gorgoneion was carved above city gates, hung upon shields, and painted on household objects. Even coins bore her likeness, meaning that everyday commerce carried a faint whiff of the monstrous. One wonders what a modern cashier might think if every banknote featured a grimacing, snake-haired visage. It is worth pausing to consider the artistry of these images. The earliest representations of Medusa were deliberately grotesque, with bulging eyes, tusks, and lolling tongue. She was the epitome of the monstrous feminine, designed to repel. Yet as centuries passed, depictions softened. By the classical period, she was often shown with a more human, almost mournful face, framed by serpentine locks. This evolution may reflect a changing cultural attitude, a growing sympathy for the cursed maiden beneath the monster. By the Roman era, Medusa was frequently portrayed as a tragic beauty, her terror and allure intertwined. The monster had become a muse. Meanwhile, in the mythic imagination, Perseus continued his career, but Medusa's head remained in Athena's possession. The goddess's association with the Gorgoneion was enduring. Statues of Athena Parthenos in the great temple of the Acropolis bore it proudly upon the aegis, a symbol of divine wisdom combined with unyielding power. When Athenians marched into battle, they did so under the protection of that petrifying stare. In this way, Medusa, unwilling participant though she was, became a guardian of the very city that had once cursed her. History, or myth at least, has a sense of irony. For the Greeks, Medusa's afterlife was not confined to Athena's shield. Her presence lingered in cult practice and in the imaginative geography of the world. Writers described springs that gushed from the earth where her blood had fallen. One such spring, Hippocrene, was said to have been created when Pegasus struck the ground with his hoof. Poets drank from its waters, gaining inspiration. Thus, from Medusa's death arose not only monsters and weapons, but also fountains of creativity. Even the Muses, those gentle inspirers of song and story, owed a debt to the severed head. It is almost as though the Greeks were saying, from horror comes art, from silence comes poetry. Medusa's story also seeped into funerary contexts. Her face appeared on sarcophagi, perhaps to guard the dead from evil on their journey to the underworld. the idea that she might protect rather than merely petrify was deeply ingrained. Indeed, one could argue that the Gorgon became less a figure of mythic terror and more a household deity of sorts, woven into the fabric of daily life. And yet, beneath all these uses and reinterpretations, the tragedy of Medusa lingered. Ancient authors did not dwell upon her sorrow, but later generations did. The Romans, particularly Ovid in his Metamorphoses, gave her a voice of sorts, telling how she had once been a beautiful maiden wronged by Poseidon and punished by Athena. This version emphasized her victimhood, her transformation not as a crime, but as a cruel fate. From then on, the sympathetic Medusa began to haunt literature and art, offering not just fear but pity. Thus, Chapter 9, in the long tale of Medusa, reveals a paradox. In death, she was more influential than she had ever been in life. Her head toppled kings, tamed monsters, adorned gods, protected cities, inspired poets, and guarded the dead. She became at once a weapon, a charm, a muse, and a symbol. For a figure once cursed into isolation, it was an astonishing afterlife. And it speaks to the peculiar genius of Greek mythology that even in the cruelest stories, transformation is never final. Death itself becomes a doorway to new meanings. As the ancient listener dozed by the fire, lulled by these tales, they might have felt a curious comfort. If even a monster like Medusa could be turned into a source of protection and art, then perhaps the terrors of the world, storms, wars, plagues, might also yield something of value. Myth was not merely entertainment, it was philosophy in disguise. And in that philosophy, Medusa endured, her stony gaze softening across the centuries, her serpents hissing not in anger, but in eternal vigilance, watching over those who dared to remember her. The story of Medusa does not end with Perseus, nor even with Athena, nor with the countless statues and shields that bore her likeness. In truth, the story of Medusa never really ends at all. Like the serpents that writhed in her hair, her tail coils and uncoils across the centuries, twisting itself into new shapes for each generation that gazes upon it. What began as a grim, cautionary myth in the oral traditions of the Greeks became over time an enduring symbol, sometimes of terror, sometimes of beauty, and sometimes, curiously enough, of protection and even empowerment. When we look to the Romans, we find Medusa already transformed from a monster lurking in some obscure cavern to an established motif of imperial power. Roman villas, with their mosaics of heroic deeds and sea nymphs, often included a stern-faced Medusa, glaring from a central panel. One can only imagine the effect on a dinner guest when they glanced down at the tiled floor and found themselves gazing into her petrifying eyes whilst balancing a plate of olives. Coins of emperors like Caligula and Claudius bore her image as well, proof that the Gorgonion had crossed from a potropaic charm into official state iconography. If a monster once punished by the gods could end up decorating the pocket change of Rome, then one sees just how flexible myths could be. The Romans, of course, had a talent for adopting Greek myths wholesale, seasoning them lightly with their own sensibilities. For them, Medusa was not only a story of heroism and horror, but also a handy visual shorthand for warding off the evil eye, that ancient Mediterranean fear of destructive envy. Amulets with her face were worn, placed in tombs, or built into household shrines. Thus, long after her death at Perseus's hands, Medusa continued to haunt daily life, not as a source of dread, but as a kind of celestial security guard, a monster turned mascot. Yet myths are rarely static. As centuries rolled by and the old temples fell to ruin, Medusa's tale was taken up by new voices. In the Renaissance, artists rediscovered her with a fervour bordering on obsession. Leonardo da Vinci sketched grotesque Medusan heads with writhing snakes more lively than eels at a fish market. Caravaggio, in his characteristically dramatic style, painted her head upon a round shield, blood fresh and spurting, eyes wide in frozen horror. The shield, now in the Uffizi Gallery in Florence, still startles viewers who wander too close. There is something uncomfortably intimate about the work, as though Caravaggio invites us to share Perseus's very moment of triumph, or perhaps his shock. During this period, the duality of Medusa's image deepened. She was at once terrifying and alluring, monstrous and strangely beautiful. Painters often softened her features, turning her into a tragic heroine rather than a grotesque fiend. It was as though the Renaissance, so enamoured of classical ideals of beauty, could not quite bear to let even its monsters remain ugly. A paradox emerged. The more one tried to paint Medusa as monstrous, the more she slipped back into her former role as a woman wronged, her beauty twisted into terror by divine punishment. By the Enlightenment and Romantic periods, Medusa had become a figure of fascination for poets and philosophers. Percy Bysshe Shelley, in his poem On the Medusa of Leonardo da Vinci, saw in her a strange combination of horror and pathos, beauty entwined with fear. Philosophers too dabbled in Medusa's gaze. Freud, ever ready with a new interpretation, regarded the petrifying stare as symbolic of castration anxiety, a theory which perhaps tells us more about Freud than it does about Medusa. The point, however, is clear. Her myth was no longer simply a bedtime tale of monsters and heroes. It had become a mirror in which later ages saw their own anxieties and desires reflected. In the modern era, Medusa's transformation has been even more dramatic. She has become, in many circles, a symbol of feminine rage and resilience. 20th century feminist writers re-examined her story, noting how she was punished not for her sins, but for being victimized. Poseidon's assault and Athena's curse painted her less as a villain than as a scapegoat. Her petrifying gaze, rather than a monstrous weapon, could be seen as a metaphor for power reclaimed, a woman's ability to strike back against those who wronged her. The monster became an icon. Indeed, in 2018, a bronze statue was unveiled in New York, depicting Medusa holding Perseus's severed head, a reversal of the classical tale that left little doubt about whose side the artist was on. Medusa has also slithered into popular culture with surprising enthusiasm. From high fantasy novels to Hollywood blockbusters, she remains a staple monster, sometimes villain, sometimes anti-hero. In video games, she lurks as a boss battle, often hurling snakes or firing stone-inducing gazes at the hapless player. Fashion houses, too, have adopted her image. Versace's famous logo is none other than the head of Medusa, here reimagined as a glamorous emblem of allure and danger. One doubts that the ancient Greeks could have foreseen their snake-haired maiden gracing luxury handbags and perfume bottles. But myths, like snakes, shed their skins and emerge anew. And yet, for all these reinterpretations, certain elements endure. The serpents, the stare, the tragic backstory. These remain constant, anchoring her image even as meanings shift. She is still recognizable across millennia, whether glaring from a shield in an ancient battle, or from the glossy label of a modern boutique. In this lies her true immortality. Medusa was the only mortal of the Gorgons, destined to die, and yet, paradoxically, she has lived longer in human imagination than many gods and heroes combined. The endurance of her myth says something important about storytelling itself. The Greeks, with their talent for weaving the human and the divine into timeless narratives, created figures who outgrew their own contexts. Medusa was once a frightening tale to keep children from wandering too far into the night. Later she became a cautionary example of hubris and divine wrath. Later still she was reclaimed as a victim, a protector, an emblem of beauty and terror entwined. Each age has looked upon her face and seen something of its own soul staring back. In the end, perhaps that is the true power of Medusa's gaze. It does not merely petrify, it reflects. When the Greeks looked, they saw a monster to be slain. The Romans saw a charm against envy. Renaissance painters saw tragic beauty. Modern feminists see a symbol of empowerment. We, today, might see all of these things at once, our own thoughts mirrored in the timeless glass of myth. As the story drifts to a close, one can imagine Medusa herself, no longer writhing in isolation, no longer frozen in the instant of death, but reclining quietly at the edges of history, her snake settled at last. She has been many things: maiden, monster, mother of Pegasus, emblem of Athena, muse of poets, logo of fashion houses. She has terrified, she has inspired, she has protected. Her gaze has endured when so many other myths have faded. Perhaps that is the greatest irony of all. The monster slain in one moment of heroic glory has proved more immortal than the hero who killed her. And so, with the gentlest of ironies and the softest of smiles, we take leave of Medusa. The Greeks called her a monster. Later ages called her tragic. Some now call her a symbol of strength. Whatever name we choose, she remains unforgettable. Her story, winding across the centuries, whispers to us still, beware beauty, beware power, beware injustice, but also perhaps embrace transformation. For even in the darkest of myths, there is a strange, enduring light.